21 in Paris, when we collectively pledged to cut greenhouse emissions as to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared with the pre-industrial times. However, currently, and we have to be honest so as to strengthen our efforts in fulfilling our promises, there is no sign that we are growing back greener, since not only planetary warming is accelerating, but we are witnessing around the globe protracted heat waves, devastating fires and deforestation, increased water scarcity, droughts, floods, and extreme weather patterns. That is why I have no doubt that COP26 can and should prove to be the historic milestone in the efforts to address the said devastating impacts by ensuring the highest possible commitment from all participating or from all countries in a way that is fair, efficient and transparent, whilst maintaining solidarity towards vulnerable countries that will be severely affected. For these exact reasons, Cyprus fully endorses and supports the initiatives and declarations of COP26, namely the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forest and Land Use, the Global Goal to Clean Power Transition Statement, the Declaration on Accelerating Transition to 100% Zero Emissions Cars and Vans, as well as the US initiative, the Global Methane Pledge Initiative, and the Greening Government Initiative. Further, in addition to our commitment to adhering to the targets of the said declarations and initiatives, Cyprus also remains fully committed to take all necessary measures to achieve the Paris Agreement and the EU targets, with the aim of achieving a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. To this end, and as a first step in accomplishing these ambitious but highly needed goals, my country will allocate more than €500 million up to 2026, adopting new policies and measures as regards using cleaner fuels such as natural gas and renewable energy sources, and promoting necessary investments in the relevant areas of transport, agriculture, industry, land use, and forestry and waste management. Distinguished friends, as a small country, we do acknowledge that our national contribution towards tackling the impact of climate change is indeed limited. We therefore seek to enhance regional cooperation through coordinated synergies and sharing best practices, taking into account that the Mediterranean and Middle East is classified as a global climate change hotspot. Within this framework, we have undertaken the initiative of developing a regional action plan with the involvement of more than 240 scientists from our wider region, as well as various international organizations who are already preparing policy recommendations, measures, and specific solutions. With the finalization of the scientific part of the action plan, which will establish the foundations of our future steps, within the coming months we will hold a ministerial meeting and later a leader summit that will initiate appropriate coordination and monitoring mechanism for the implementation of our commitments. Distinguished friends, we are compelled, and people expect from us, to take on urgent action to address the climate change, and I'm certain that you will agree with me that the time to act is upon us. Our vision should be none other than to look to the future with optimism and to use the climate challenge as an opportunity to proudly demonstrate what all countries, what humanity can achieve when join forces. I have no doubt that by decisively cooperating and acting together with unity and greater urgency, we will be able to overcome the dire consequences of a warming planet and bring forward the necessary changes for a sustainable future, so as for our generation and the coming ones to enjoy better health and living conditions, improved air quality, and the green environment. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alberto Fernandez, President of Argentina. Your Excellency, please, you have the floor.
Buenos días, muchas gracias. La crisis sanitaria de la pandemia no hizo más que desnudar una crisis mucho mayor de insostenibilidad y desequilibrio que afecta al ambiente, la sociedad y la economía. Esta triple crisis amplió las brechas preexistentes entre países y entre personas. El impacto sobre los recursos y bienes naturales comunes ha superado todos los límites y exigen desafíos concretos que deben ser atendidos. En este escenario, países como Argentina constituyen a través de su ecosistema un sostén a los medios de vida de todo el planeta, al tiempo que contribuyen de modo decisivo a la seguridad alimentaria mundial. Los aportes concretos que debemos comprometer deben inscribirse en el marco del principio de responsabilidades comunes, pero bien diferenciadas. Estos aportes deben estar acompañados por medios para su implementación, que nos permitan una transición hacia una economía limpia, con menos carbono y resiliente a los impactos del cambio climático. La Argentina reafirma su compromiso con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y su Acuerdo de París y adopta la lucha contra el cambio climático como política de Estado. Elevamos nuestra contribución determinada nacional un 27% respecto a la del 2016. Presentamos como parte de nuestros compromisos una segunda comunicación de adaptación con metas y alineamientos y necesidades para abordar esa agenda. Asumimos el compromiso de favorecer la inversión y el desarrollo de encadenamientos productivos nacionales para avanzar con una matriz energética inclusiva, estable, soberana, sostenible y federal. Impulsamos un complejo productor y exportador de hidrógeno como nuevo vector energético. En el marco legal hemos enviado al Parlamento un proyecto de ley sobre electromovilidad. Adoptaremos medidas profundas para erradicar la deforestación ilegal, tipificándola como delito ambiental, y enviaremos a nuestro Parlamento un nuevo proyecto de ley de presupuestos mínimos de protección ambiental de bosques nativos. En la dimensión cultural, estamos promoviendo el tratamiento de la Ley Federal de Educación Ambiental. Se trata de compromisos tangibles y concretos. Como he manifestado en varias oportunidades, para avanzar con la agenda de transformaciones necesarias, debemos crear mecanismos de pagos por servicios ecosistémicos, canje de deuda por acción climática e instalar el concepto de deuda ambiental. Es necesario aplicar la emisión de derechos especiales de giro del Fondo Monetario Internacional a un gran pacto de solidaridad ambiental que incluya a los países de bajos ingresos y renta media y que sirva para extender los plazos de las deudas y la aplicación de menores tasas. Debemos fortalecer el multilateralismo ambiental e impulsar la capitalización de los bancos regionales de desarrollo. Llamamos a cumplir los compromisos y obligaciones asumidas por las economías desarrolladas y garantizar el acceso a los 100.000 millones de dólares destinados a impulsar la acción climática. La Argentina no tiene intención de que esta COP quede solo en palabras. Por eso proponemos la creación de un comité político y técnico sobre financiamiento climático con representación equitativa de países desarrollados y países en desarrollo que trabaje en la definición de una hoja de ruta sobre cómo movilizar los fondos necesarios, que reconozca el principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas y que tenga en cuenta el endeudamiento y las limitaciones estructurales, así como las necesidades de bienestar social. Es momento de actuar. Hagámoslo juntos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure now to welcome His Excellency Mr. Julius Maada Bio, President of Sierra Leone. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me from the outset thank Italy and the United Kingdom for convening this global community and mobilizing concerted and collective global efforts to discuss and act on the single universal existential threat of our time, climate change. Sierra Leone has the most diverse ecosystem in the world. Inland wetlands and forests across 4 main relief regions, about 15,000 plant species, the most diverse fish stock along the west coast of Africa, and 761 species of animals, of mammals and birds. But we are highly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Rapid biodiversity, tree cover loss, and the attendant threats to human habitat, health, food, and water security. As a consequence, other fallouts like poverty, gender disparities, and youth unemployment are intensifying, especially in the COVID-19 era. We are doing the very best we can under the circumstances. We are fully committed to all international agreements and actions to develop a climate-resilient future. We have established a stand-alone Ministry of the Environment and recently reviewed and updated our nationally determined contribution, National Climate Change Policy, and National Climate Change Strategy and Action Plans. We have identified environmental pressure points and we are implementing coherent mitigation and adaptation strategies. Within our limited resources, we have underscored climate change action in national development planning and budgeting processes in alignment with outcomes derived from the UNFCCC process. We have enhanced the conversation. We have enhanced the conservation and protection of natural habitats and ecosystems, improved meteorological services, integrated water resource management and community-based adaptation strategies in the agriculture sector, and promoted climate change risk management. We are promoting alternative renewable energy in off-grid solar networks and stepping up tree planting to restore 960,000 hectares of depleted forest. We believe that establishing a green economy should focus on restoring and protecting, investing in and consuming sustainably, and being accountable and inclusive. As Prime Minister Boris Johnson recently stated, it is indeed right and lucrative to be green. And we want to work collectively towards that goal. But good climate policies and ambitions alone, such as ours in Sierra Leone, may however fall short. Additionally, due to high debt servicing, Sierra Leone lacks the fiscal space to scale up investment in climate change actions. We therefore agree with Kermit the Frog that being African and being one of the least developed countries, it is not easy being green. We need technical support to introduce or implement enabling regulatory and structural reforms. My government is eager to work with partners to further ease the investment climate, co-create projects, and map out incentives for potential green and ESG investments. We urgently need investment in digital infrastructure and technology if we are to acquire better GIS data, improve marine conservation and management, promote nature-based solutions, and just rural transitions to sustainable agriculture, introduce climate-smart agriculture and food systems that preserve our forests and provide high yields, and improve seeds for farmers. We stand ready to invest in green energy sources with smaller environmental footprints. We have introduced some off-grid solar electrification to some towns, but we need to expand those investment to other towns and make them even more affordable. Cheaper and affordable solar systems will expand energy access to more Sierra Leoneans around the country. We should also invest in affordable, competitively priced, low-carbon energy sources for cooking and other domestic uses in order to... We need to invest in green urban planning, sustainable urban waste management, green mass transit transportation systems, and stricter emissions testing.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. And we would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
This is a bicycle, not just any bicycle. This bicycle can operate as a motorbike if its rider is tired of pedaling at a point. And this is being done right here in Ghana. We are at Ashaiman, New York, and we are visiting the workshop of a young genius who is into the making of automotives. He makes bicycles like this. He makes tricycles, go-karts, and motorbikes. What's more remarkable is that this is not his only gift. He's also an artist, so he draws and he paints. That's fantastic, right? Yes. So we'll be meeting this young genius a little while after this short break. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. This is People and Places. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from that short break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places, and this is our guest. His name is Ibrahim Sumaila, but he's popularly known as Ibrahim Spider. So thank you for speaking to us, Ibrahim.
Welcome.
Ibrahim Spider, that's your popular name, right?
Yeah.
Why the name?
Yeah, I got the name Ibrahim Spider from this bike.
Okay.
That I designed myself. Yeah, I made this bike for one of my guy, and he uses the bike he uses the bike to distribute QLF. Yeah, so he went to a man that the man saw the bike, and the man asked him, "Your bike is nice. Yeah, where did you buy the bike from?" And he said, "This bike is made in Ashima."
Okay.
Wow, and the man said, "Wow, then I would like to see the guy who made the bike." So the man saw the bike. The name of the man is Nane Duboafo Jr.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a traditional herbalist. So he saw the bike and he said, "No, I want to see the guy." So the next day I went there with the owner of this bike. So that is where the name Spider came. Yeah, looking at the design on the tank, on the fuel tank, and at the downside, yeah. So.
But how long ago did you make this bike? When did you make it? Which year?
I made it this year.
Okay.
Yeah, this year, but.
So it was this year you met Edu Boafo?
Yeah, this year.
Okay.
This year, not too long ago.
And is that so? This year is when you started the whole automotive thing?
No.
When did you start?
I started it 5 years ago.
5 years ago?
Yeah.
So it means that until then, you didn't have a brand name?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you were doing it underground?
Yeah, I was doing it underground to help the people around me. Yeah.
5 years ago, that's like 2016?
Yeah, 2016. I came to this, I moved from Tema to New York, Ashama, New York here, 2010.
Okay.
2010. By then I was working in Tema Harbor. Yeah, I was working in GDLC. Yeah, I was just a laborer there. Yeah.
I see you have a T-shirt and a cap and everything with your logo.
This
I mean, we'll come to that conversation into details, but I want to know about you, Ibrahim. Have you always wanted to be an auto mechanic?
Yeah.
Since you were a kid?
Since I was kid, I was doing this cars using this milk tin. Yeah.
The ones we used to play with when we were little?
Yeah, using this milk tin. I was doing it like...
How old were you when you started?
Oh, I started from 10 years ago. Yeah, when I was 10.
When you were 10?
And fortunately for me, I was even selling them at that age.
To who?
Yeah, to my friends and my friends around that time, because
I see.
Yeah, thank God, whatever I do attract. Yeah, do attract.
Even at that age, you were making very beautiful.
Yeah, I was making.
So you were selling it to them at how much?
Oh, Charlie, I can't remember.
That's a long time ago. I understand.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. When I started as a painter. I do arts. That was my talent.
Which came before the other? Because you said you started these cars and everything.
All came together.
At the same time?
Yeah, because I was crafty too. Yeah.
So you were painting at age 10?
Yeah, from age 10 I was doing the pencil sketch.
Okay.
Yeah, I was very good in the sketch making using the pencil. even if I use clay, these are ordinary clay to do something for you, you will like
beautiful.
it. So from there I know I'm very skillful, but for me I just enjoy making them.
Are you an only child?
No.
How many are you?
Yeah, I have 2 sisters and 1 brother.
Okay, and are all of them gifted? Are they all into this kind of business?
Yeah, my junior brother is a fashion designer. He's also very good.
Okay.
It's also very good. But for the rest, you know, they are married, so I don't know if they are good in cooking. I don't know. But all that I know is my brother is he's a very good fashion designer. So I can say that creativity is in the family.
It's in the blood. Okay. At age 10, you started your craft.
Yeah, at 18.
But did you go to school?
Yeah, I went to. By then, I was in Tema. I was born in Tema, 21. So I went to Cadmore. I did my primary in Cadmore, and later Akuzo GSS. Yeah. So from there, I did my welding at this thing, Don Bosco, MVTI. So when I was in Form 2 in JSS, I decided also to learn some bicycle mechanic.
Where?
While schooling.
Where?
At Newtown.
Was it somebody or it was a school?
Somebody.
Okay.
Somebody, yes. I was just using bike and the man said, oh, I just need someone to help me. So I was going.
So when you close from school, then you go there?
From the school, then I go to the shop. Yeah, so I learned the bicycle repairing when I was in Form 2 GSS. So later I moved from Newtown to this place. So when I came here, I was then working in at the May Harbor. So later, looking at the distance, I said, why wouldn't I open my bicycle mechanic? Because I was just a laborer there in a GDLC. So later, I decided to open a bicycle mechanic. So I was doing it for a while.
And this was after GHS?
Yeah, after the Don Bosco. You get me? So I was working in the May Harbor before I moved to New York here in 2010.
So Don Bosco is a secondary level or it's still GHS?
Yeah, it's a vocational. Okay. I went there for my vocational. That's where I did my MVTI in welding.
And how long did you stay there?
Yeah, I stayed there, let me say 2 years, because I did 1 year and 1 year attachment.
Okay.
Yeah, so later I moved here and I decided to do my bicycle mechanic thing. So as time goes on, you know, bicycle is a metal thing. So sometimes I do send them to the welding shop for them to weld for me when a place got broken. And later I said, no, I'm a welder. Why wouldn't I try to buy a welding machine and start welding my stuff? So from there, I bought my first welding machine whilst in May Harbor, working in the May Harbor, because it was on and off. I was moving, the shop is going and I'm still working in May Harbor. So I went to the May Harbor for labor to get the money to get my first welding machine. Okay. So after doing that, I like challenging myself. So from there, I tried a lot of stuff. And later.
So when you started your bicycle shop, how old were you?
Yeah, I started it 20, let me say 6 years ago. No, let me say from 2013 that I started the bicycle mechanic.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
From 2013.
And where were your parents in all of this? I mean, you've mentioned your siblings, but
yeah.
Were you with your parents?
Yeah, well, I'm staying with my parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they were supporting from the start? I mean, seeing their little boy exploring cars and all of that.
It's not easy, you know. In our society, sometimes you see, you only can't stop us. You get me? We enjoy what we do. You get me? And like I used to say, something in me is pushing me to continue doing it. Sometimes you go and roam on the you'll be roaming and your parents will be chasing you, trying to cane you, but still, you see, as a kid, that's where we enjoy, and that's what we enjoy doing. You get me? Yeah, but I won't say they did not supported me. I would say once they don't stop me.
So they didn't stop you?
Yeah, they didn't stop me.
But they didn't support you?
Yeah, but, you know, I would not say...
Did they want you to
maybe
be
they supported
a
me in the prayers.
Somebody?
You see, for me, yeah, they didn't say something like this. Okay. Yeah, I did not see something like this. It's like, you know, some of us, where we grew and the way we brought out, sometimes even our parents, they themselves, what they are facing is serious for them to even think about your future. You get me? So I was just doing what I love doing, what I love to do. You get me? Yeah, I was just doing what I like to do. Okay. Yeah, so.
So you mentioned that you bought your first welding machine.
Yeah.
By making money as a laborer.
Yeah.
So after that, how did you get the rest of your resources, and how did you get to this point?
Yeah. So when I started with the welding, I got to know that more people are shifting from this bicycle to motor. Yeah, because maybe they are going to ride this bicycle to the site and go and do this labor work. Yeah, so from there I tell myself, why wouldn't I try to do something like bicycle with an engine that can carry them to far place. You see, when they are tired, they can switch it on to the motor engine. You get me? Because at that point, I got to know that my customers are shifting from the bicycle to the motor thing. So for me to maintain my customers, yeah, I try to motorize the bicycle so that I can still maintain. In that way, you only maintain your bicycle, but I will motorize it for you.
So what you are saying is, when you started your bicycle shop, you got customers.
Yeah.
These customers, were you making bicycles for them, or you were just helping to repair their bicycles?
I was a mechanic by them.
Okay.
So I was just repairing, servicing their bikes for them.
So the automated bicycle was your first trial?
Yeah.
It was an experiment?
Yeah. I started it from, I tried to do the electric stuff, and because I don't have access to some of the batteries and all that, I tried to go to the engine. I tried a lot, seriously. I tried so many engines.
Okay.
And later, I used this engine, and this engine was perfect. And I started doing this, and I made about 15 pieces of them. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I made about.
At a go, when you realized the engine could work.
Yeah, when I started, because the people were interested in that.
So your customers were bringing their bicycles.
Yeah, they were bringing.
And then you do it for them.
Some too, I was doing the bike myself.
Okay.
Yeah, like the other bike here. Yeah, I did it myself. I molded the pipe myself, and after that, I motorized it. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. So from the motorized bicycles, then you decided to explore motorbikes?
Yeah. So, like I said, I like challenging myself. Yeah, sometimes I feel like the whites, they are not different from we, the blacks. I try to do something. I like challenging. Oh, what is next?
You always want to do more.
Yeah, I have to do something, something beyond.
More than.
Yeah. Yes. So later, I did my 3 ties. Yeah, that one, the back was 1 tie and the front 2 tie. Yeah, as you saw it on the page. Yeah, that was the first. This thing, something. So I did
kind of a tricycle.
Yeah, it's a tricycle, but it's in the form of car that you will sit in like a seat.
Okay.
You will sit in and drive like a car steer. That was my first
work
after the motorized bike. Yeah. So I tried that one. After that, I did vending bikes. Yeah, for selling food and all ice creams and all that. Yeah, that one too. I did that. That one, a woman came all the way from this thing 37. Yeah. So all the way from 37, she was just trying to get someone who have the idea of creating that thing for her. So later she landed this place, and
you were able to do it for her.
Yeah, I was able to do it.
Okay. So in total, since you started this about 6-8 years ago,
yeah,
how many bikes and bicycles or machines in total would you say you've done?
Let me say about 20.
20?
Yeah, 20.
All by yourself?
Yeah, all by myself. I spray it, I mold it, I design it, I do everything myself.
So you do bicycles, you do motorbikes.
Yeah.
What else do you do?
You
do mentioned
tricycle
vending.
for vending. I do dolly track.
Okay.
For film taking. Yeah, I do. I will show you the picture. I do dolly track.
Wow.
The dolly itself, that you set the tripod on it. And that one too, the person came with that. I'm the kind of person, you just bring the idea.
And you find a way to execute it.
Yeah, one thing, I just thank God I don't do it for it to spoil. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, when I touch it, definitely.
I see.
Yeah. That was it. Even talking about the tricycle for disabled. Yeah, the man just bought the bike fresh. Just believe in me. That's what I want.
So they should just come with their issues.
Just come with the idea.
State their ideas. Leave you to the work and you execute
just
it.
Believe that that black man too can do it for me. And by the grace of God. Yeah. Yeah, with the grace of God, I deliver.
Wow. Okay. And these machines you've been doing, have you learned something maybe from YouTube, somewhere else, or it's just the knowledge you gained from your technical school?
You have to seek you have to seek for knowledge from the experienced people. You get me? You have to seek for knowledge. You get me? Sometimes you look at the bikes that come, you pick something there. You also add your own in a unique way for your own to look different. So I can say I do research. Yeah, I do research.
Ibrahim, how far can this motor, for example, go? Because we know there are different grades of motors.
Yeah.
So how far can yours go?
Okay, looking at this motorbike, the engine that I use is this our normal 110 engine. Yeah, popularly known as Mapuka Moto. Yeah, that was the engine that I use. But I can use any engine of your choice. Yeah. This bike particular, I did it for a person that is new. Is now learning how to ride a motorbike. So I use this engine because the engine doesn't have clutch. Yeah, it doesn't have clutch.
So the engine determines the distance the bike can go?
Yeah, the engine and the speed. Yeah, and the speed.
Okay.
And the speed.
Right. Ibrahim, which of your machines would you say is your favorite?
Oh.
I mean, it's a difficult choice.
I like this bike. This one is my latest.
Okay.
The thing is, I keep on improving. I keep on improving on whatever I'm doing. This was the first one that I did, the spider bike that I did. Then the owner of this one saw this and he said I should do the same type for him. So looking at this, comparing these two, you can see that this one is
an improved version of the first.
Yeah, I've improved it.
Okay. So this is like your favorite toy for now. Do you have any names? Any pet names for them aside Spider?
Okay. Seriously. This name just came. This name just came automatically. Yeah.
Okay. And what are some of the challenges you've faced since you started this work?
Yeah, for the challenges, I faced a lot. Yeah, I faced a lot. I faced from people around. You get me? From people around and maybe the access. access to the kind of materials that I use.
How do you get your materials?
Oh, I go to the scraps room, madam.
You get your materials from
Oh,
scraps?
most of the scraps, most of my materials are coming from scraps because it's like, as I said, it's just something like, it's my passion to do the thing. So once the thing comes in and I feel like doing it, and I don't have the money to buy the brand new, then I have to go to the scrapyard.
So which scrapyard do you go to?
Oh,
I mean, you just you pay for them, or you just go pick them out?
I pay. You know, even scrap, they do buy scrap and they sell scrap.
Yeah, they sell.
So you pay, but it's like you will not pay. You will not buy it like you are buying brand new. And you see, I just want the dream to come true, so I have to go for the scrap. I have to go. So sometimes it's not easy. You'll be roaming
impressive.
You'll be roaming looking for scraps. And
so you bring the scraps and then you melt them and you put them together.
I bring the scrap, something like this azure that I use for this tricycle. You get me? I will not get it brand new. It's a ATV azure. I will not get it brand new anywhere in Ghana here. And being passionate and someone who want to help the disabled. Yeah, I see my father and I feel like no, with the way he wants the motor to suit his condition. I feel like in any way I have to try and get some parts to alterate it so that I can do it for him to use.
Your father is physically challenged?
No, but I call him my father.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him like my father.
Okay.
Yeah, because everyone is my father. Yeah.
So he's one of the people who came to you with an idea.
Yeah, he came to me and I just asked him to bring something like this motorbike over there. It's the same thing as this that he brought. Okay. Yeah. It's the same thing as the white one over there. So he brought it and I changed all the system to suit his condition. And he's not the only one that I did this.
You've done it for a number of physically challenged.
Yeah, I did it for a man from all the way from north. Yeah, all the way from north. So I think the disabled too, they are one of the people that I feel like even if I don't apply my talent to anything, if only I can use it, my talent to do something for them, even for them alone, I'll be even okay. Yeah.
Just the joy of helping others.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Spider, does this pay? Are you making money out of it?
Seriously, like I said, something just tells me I should be doing it.
So
I'm
technically, you're not really getting money from it.
If you are doing something for a disabled man, at least someone who cannot work like do hard work like we, the normal people, cannot go rounds and do his normal work like we. At least we have to consider him.
So it means you do it at a reduced price, or you make it free?
I reduce it. At least I have to get something for at least to keep me going. To keep me going, but not purposely to make money from them.
Are you training anyone? Is anyone learning from you? Do you have any apprentice?
For now, looking at the condition of my shop, I feel like I can't accommodate any apprentice now.
So you are doing this all by yourself?
For now, I'm doing it by myself, on myself. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you were to get assistance, I mean, these things are really good. You know, other people are making similar. There's a young guy somewhere doing his own car. There's Safo Kantanka who is making well-built models of vehicles, locally made. So how do you think you can be helped to push your business forward?
Business, how to, I'm using just a simple tools. You get me? But and the timing for even one bike is very long. You get me? So
how long?
Sometimes it takes more than a month.
For this motorbike,
like this
for
one,
example.
I use a month.
Okay.
I use a month to complete this motorbike, but You get me? If I'm resource, yeah, and I'm using power tools and all that, I think we can even go far and even help. This thing that I'm doing can help to reduce unemployment even in my area. Because looking at my area, you know, yeah, the crime rate, yeah, if this thing is going to be resourced well, government or a private organization, this thing can create job.
So what do you need? Specifics? A shop?
I need
tools?
I need shop and power tools.
Okay.
Yeah, I need shop and power tools. You get me? Yeah, I need shop and power tools.
And how has the demand been so far?
Okay. People are showing concern, but due to the interviews and all that, me and my boss, yeah, we are still, after we will sit down and see what next. Yeah, but we still need help. Yeah, we need help. At least we can, this thing can help the nation. Even it comes to it will even go export with this. So there are a lot of talents in the system.
I'm sure there are lots of people watching this, and
yeah,
I'm sure you will get some help at the end of the day. We are going for a short break, but before then, I just want to ask you, are you engaged?
Yeah, I'm engaged.
You're engaged?
Yeah, I'm engaged.
Okay. And your spouse, or I mean your fiance or your girlfriend, is she supportive of what you do?
She's supporting me very well. Seriously.
Is she around?
Yeah, she's around.
Okay.
She's around.
Okay.
She's around.
So she helps you sometimes?
Yeah, she helps me. And because she has been with me for a long, sometimes she even understands the bike things. Yeah, she's
picked up.
Yeah, she can
fast.
tell you, Charlie, this your bike is good.
I see.
Yeah, do it
she
this
rides?
way. Oh, that one there, we shouldn't go there.
I see.
Yeah, we don't
Ibrahim,
have to go there.
I would want us to talk about your art side of life.
Yeah.
But I want us to hold it for now. We'll take a quick break. We'll return and have another side of the conversation about Ibrahim. Don't go away. This is Still People and Places.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. Thank you again for staying with us. This is Still People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. And you see we are in a different setting. Now we have a canvas in front of us. We're still in his workshop, the workshop of multi-talented Ibrahim Sumaila. And this is just another gift of his. So, what do we have here?
Yeah, this is the go-karts. One of the go-karts that I did.
You've created?
Yeah.
So like a mini go-kart?
Yeah. So first of all, before I build every machine or every motor, I have to sketch it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I sketch the idea down.
It, the design, everything. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Before I go on to build it. Yeah, with the metal. Yeah.
Okay. So this is one of the things you said you developed as a child, right?
Yeah. This is the sketch. Though this is just a sketch. I do painting. Yeah, I do.
Actual painting.
Yeah, I do painting. Even
what kind of paintings do you do?
Yeah, I paint signboards. I paint even pictures. Yeah, sometimes people do bring picture that they want to use it to surprise someone on his birthday. Yeah, you will see it like like a painting.
So like a portrait.
Yeah, like a portrait. Yeah, you will see it painting. You will see that it's a painting, but you will see that it's a picture.
So like you paint the picture of the person.
Yeah, I paint a picture. I do signboards. Yeah.
I saw you using what are these tools you use?
These two because I'm in a metal workshop. Most of my tools I do sometimes I manage to use this as a ruler. I use the normal square. Yeah. This is not the exact tool for it though, but I do use it just because
it's like a makeshift something.
Yeah, I just.
But it works. I saw you twisting and turning. It looks like what I used to do in Pretec.
Yeah, because as we are speaking now, I don't do the painting anymore. Yeah.
You don't?
Yeah, I don't do the painting anymore because I've shifted it to the engineering stuff.
Oh, so the painting is on hold?
Yeah, it's on hold. So now, no.
For like how long now did you quit?
I quit when I started doing the engineering thing. When I started building my own bikes, designing it, I feel like no, I can't combine all this.
So for now, it's just sketching you do.
Yeah, just sketching. Yeah, I just did sketching. Yeah.
Right. But before, I mean, you decided to just put painting on hold. What were some of the things you were painting? Have you done painting for anyone popular?
Oh, I've done even recently. Yeah, I did a painting for Nana Edubuafu Jr. Yeah, the man that discovered the spider, Ibrahim spider. Yeah, I did a
the man who saw your first bike.
Yeah. No, he saw the latest one that I did. Yeah. Yeah. When during the interview I said something like I can paint because he himself wanted to paint a tiger on his wall.
Oh, okay.
And he tried several painters. Yeah, they couldn't.
Oh.
Yeah, they couldn't. So I said something like I would do it for him.
On the wall?
Yeah, on the wall.
You painted with what, a brush? Or
yeah, I painted with a brush. Yeah, I painted with a brush, and the man was very, very, very happy.
I see.
Yeah, because he tried several painters and they couldn't. So I told him he shouldn't worry. The engineer will come and do it.
Engineer stroke, painter stroke. Yeah. What else? What else do you do that we don't know about?
I do so many things. Yeah. I'm an athletics too. Yeah. I'm a cyclist too. I'm a former cyclist.
Former?
Yeah, I'm a former cyclist.
In which group?
Yeah, in HM Cycling Club.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you don't do it anymore?
No, I don't do it
because now you're too busy.
Yeah, I'm too busy, so I've paused that one for some time. For some time now. Yeah.
Okay. At least you've seen the other side that Ibrahim has to his talents.
Yeah.
He only doesn't, generate ideas in his head. He actually puts them down, so he has a fair idea of what he's doing, and then he goes ahead to create the models of the automotives he wants to. So right now we are wrapping up. We are going to take a jolly ride. He, of course, is going to be in the seats because I'm not too conversant with riding a motorbike. But last question before we go: have you sold any of your bikes so far?
Yeah. So. And moreover, it's like I'm into customizing. When they come with their stuff, it's like they will come with their stuff. But for the motorized bike, I did it. I sold it. After doing it, I sell it to them. But for looking at the spider bikes and all that, he came with his style, the way he wants it. So I have to sit down and work out with the kind of engine he's going to use. He's a beginner. I think he's not all that good in crutch, so I have to look for engine that will suit his riding. That I use the 110 engine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For now, I customize it. Like I customize bike. They came with a style, and I try to, do something like this for them.
Okay. All right. So let's get going to the bike we are going to ride. Have you tried though to link up with any of the people who are already in the field, like Sapo Kantanka and other people, like to collaborate and actually improve on what you do? Have you tried reaching out to any of them?
I haven't tried yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I haven't tried yet.
Okay. Yeah. So which of the bikes are we going to ride in?
Which one do you prefer?
I think we could use this.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is the latest bike that I did for the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this registered or?
Yeah, it's registered. Yeah, it's registered. Okay. So this is where I got my name, Ibrahim Spider. Yeah.
With the spider?
Yeah.
On the bike?
Yeah.
Customized?
Yeah, it's the kind
So is that going to be like your brand name?
Yeah, it's my brand name.
So Ibrahim Spider Motors or?
Bikes.
Bikes.
Yeah.
All right.
Or engineering.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we go with the helmets, right? It's us wrapping up. I'm joining Ibrahim on his bike for a test ride. But it's been a very educative edition of the show. I enjoyed myself and I learned a lot from Ibrahim. Thank you for speaking to us.
Welcome.
Yeah, so he's setting our bike for our test ride. We enjoyed your company. My name is Wondami Hagan. Right. This is People and Places. See you next time.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Welcome to another episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest is an MP who recently led a demonstration on bad roads in his constituency that nearly led to his arrest. He has since reported the case to the Speaker of Parliament and is asking that the Ghana Police Service and some of its officers be held in contempt of Parliament. Lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu of Medina is my guest today. When we return, we speak about his demonstration, legal education in Ghana, and other matters. Stick and stay. We'll be right back. Welcome back. My name is George A.C. and this is Say Loud. My guest today is Honorable Xavier Francis Kojo Sosu, MP for Adenta constituency. Honorable, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Your guest, your constituency is Medina, actually.
Yeah, that is correct.
And recently, you led a protest against bad roads.
Mm-hmm.
One would say that as an MP, there are a lot of avenues for you to explore to get some of these issues addressed. Why did you choose to protest?
Well, I get surprised when people talk about a lot of avenues. I don't know what those avenues are. The reality of being a member of parliament and what people think members of parliament can do is completely different. I'm sure for many people in their community, maybe their MPs are supermen, and I mean they can just make everything happen. All they need to do is to talk to somebody and then something will happen. So I think that there is this general disconnect between what MPs do and what MPs can do and what constituents think MPs should do, or the MP's ability. And let me quickly add that demonstrations are part of legitimate constitutional political tools that you can use to press home your demands when need be. So you would have to weigh the options, particularly when you have used all the let's say all the diplomatic means of engaging and following up on things and nothing gets done. Then it means that you may have to draw central government attention to the plight. And we are talking about a road that is about I think 10.5 kilometers long, and then a road that is awarded on contract. And we're talking about 11 million Ghana cedis contract to somebody, and the person has failed to perform. This road was awarded way back in July 2020 and was supposed to be finished or performed by June 2020, and that was not done. And so under those circumstances, you have to use all the legitimate means to get the person to do the job. This one was a project of feeder roads. So we've raised concerns, we've been there with the feeder roads engineer, we've spoken to the assembly, and so the obvious thing that you can do to draw government attention is to demonstrate, and that's exactly what I led them to do.
So on that day, on that fateful day, what happened, and then what happened between you and the police?
Well, I wish I don't really go into details with that, particularly because the matter is currently before the Privileges Committee of Parliament. So I don't want to say things that would prejudice the work of the Privileges Committee. But quickly to add that this demonstration was a lawfully organized demonstration, because in the first place, it was a demonstration that came out of a continuous community engagement with the people. And so those people have had a chance to talk with their MP. They've raised concerns about how difficult things were for them. Pregnant women were struggling on that road. Many miscarriages recorded on that road, with trotro drivers and taxi drivers complaining about the number of times they need to maintain their vehicles, and among many other complaints. And at the end of our engagement, we came up with a roadmap that all these concerns, we would need to bring them to the doorsteps of the appropriate authorities. By appropriate authorities, I'm talking about the municipal chief executives, the various engineers that are supposed to be working on this road, as well as the feeder roads and the roads ministry. So this communique was made available to all of them, and with a condition that if the citizens or if the community members do not see any action within 14 days, then they will resort to protests and demonstrations. And so this was made very clear to the authorities that be. Unfortunately, after 14 days, nothing came out of the communique. And this communique was dated 27th of September 2021. So after we served the authorities on the 11th of October, we decided to then issue a notice of public action, public protest and demonstration to the police. The police got a notice and invited me, and we had a very fruitful discussion where they pleaded that we change the date. And in fact, we were going to have the protest on the 26th of October. But the police wrote to us and said we should do it on the 25th. And I said, no problem. So I had to just go back, get the other stakeholders informed so that we can do that on the 25th. And that was exactly what we did on the 25th. I know the downside or the unfortunate part of what happened, which really were things that should be expected in protest, was the fact that even before we would even start our demonstration, the people in the various community along that stretch had come out, particularly the youth, and were already blocking roads and burning ties. And if I later got to know that most of the people who were blocking the roads were even the trotro drivers. And some of them were claiming that if they would not go to job, then nobody must go to work on that day. But obviously, as a leader, when I heard that early in the morning, I just assured the police that once I get to the area, we are going to do everything possible to make sure that we de-escalate the situation. So, and when we're going, then we saw roadblocks ahead of us. And that was where we saw the police also. So together with the police, we went there. And I addressed the youth and told them that there was no need for them to remain on the streets, and that all of them should come with me so we can go to Otinibi so we can do the march. So they followed me. I mean, it took some time, to really cool their tempers, but that is what emotional intelligence and situational awareness requires. I mean, when people are angry, particularly in a circumstance of a protest, you just have to work around them to de-escalate the situation. And then from there, I then moved to Damfa. I think it was in Damfa that beyond the blocking of the road, I saw the first tie burning. That was what I saw in Damfa. So again, I had to get down, try to talk to them, talk them down. But whilst I was talking to them, some of them were still insisting on trying to burn more ties. But of course, like I said, the policemen were there with me, and we had to work with them together to de-escalate the situation and got them to follow us. So at Otinibi, we then took time to address the gathering and began to lead them on the protest. And this protest that we're now going, the police were the people ahead of us that were now, embarking on this walk. And the walk was extremely peaceful, extremely peaceful. And we did that until we got to Aimensa, where I addressed the community. And in fact, just when I was preparing to address the community, between that time and the time I started address was when we began the initial conversation, when the police was trying to give me an intel that, or not an intel, to inform me that they would want to have me after the demonstration at the region. And I said that obviously was not going to be possible, because from there I'll come to Parliament. So, and then they said, no, I need to come along with them. And I said, no.
At that point, they are not giving you any reason why they were
No. I mean, and of course, when you are not given any reason for invitation, I mean, you are not bound to respond to such invitations. So I recall that when I took the mic and I was finally speaking to the people, after making all my points, I made it very clear that the police had indicated to me that they were inviting me and that I'm declining the invitation. And I want to assure them that they cannot arrest me because I'm not willing and ready to waive my parliamentary immunity for them. If they want to arrest me, they know what to do. So in other words, I was openly throwing a challenge to them that you know the law you need to use if you really want to arrest me. And I'm sure that probably might have angered them or something. So then if we say we can't arrest you, then we will arrest you for you to know that we can arrest you, or for whatever reason I can't tell. But my understanding of the law as someone who have been practicing for some time now is that you cannot arrest a person without telling the person the reasons for the arrest. I know that when you look at the sequence of events that I've narrated, obviously for those who might not have followed the demonstration from the time we began to the time it ended, you can easily confuse sequence of events and think that the real demonstration was the blocking of road and the burning of ties. I am very sure that people who probably were on social media or seeing some of those short videos, maybe at the police headquarters and others, they may be the people who may be calling the people on the ground that why is an MP leading a demonstration and burning ties and blocking roads? You know, so they probably may be directing that if that MP is doing that, then you may have to arrest the MP. Of course, and I agree. If the police saw me gathering ties and you know, and trying to spark fire on the road, yes, why not? I can't raise parliamentary immunity under those circumstances when right before them I am committing crime. You understand what I mean? Yeah. You know, but in this case, that wasn't what happened. In fact, when those things began, I wasn't even there. But even when I got there, I was the one who led the way to clear those things. And after clearing those things, before we actually started the demonstration.
The police's action was largely triggered by the challenge you threw.
I'm very sure. I don't think, I don't know. Maybe they probably might have some other reasons, I can't tell. You know, but, you know, the point is that we must understand our jobs. And everything we are doing is regulated by law. I am in parliament because of law. I mean, what I do here, everything is law. It is a house of law. And we are making laws, and we expect that the laws that we make, we ourselves respect those laws. And we expect that people who are law enforcement officers will respect those laws. We expect that judges who are going to enforce those laws or give interpretation to those laws would follow those laws to do so. So that is what we call the rule of law. Rule of law means everybody working in accordance with a certain legal framework. I mean, Article 117 and 118 of the Constitution makes it very clear that no criminal, let's say, a process could be executed on a member of parliament when he's on his way to parliament or from parliament or attending to parliament or attending at parliament. The purpose behind that law is that when a person is seized with duty as a member of parliament, you cannot serve those processes on him. And the law, there is a reason for which the law was given, so that people who are in this space can have some limited opportunity to do their work without being intimidated by the force of police. You know, so like I said, these matters are currently before the Privileges Committee, and I think I've even made just too many comments on this one already. Except to say that, I mean, the videos of what happened are all over the place. I mean, how the police attempted to arrest and all that. And that conduct is what I brought before Parliament, which has led to 2 of the officers summoned before the Privileges Committee. There may be more people, because I saw more people on that demonstration. I mean, I saw more people. Even the I think the director of, I think not the director of operation, I think he's an operation commander at the even national headquarters. I think Mr. Ahi, he was there. I saw him there. I saw him in the midst of the people. But I chose to file the specific complaint, you know, in respect of these two, because they were the people I engaged from the beginning. I mean, the Identity Division and then the region. So I didn't know where the national operations found its way into the, end of the demonstration, and also one of those who were actually insisting. But I'm confident that when the hearing properly starts and we put all those videos before the Privileges Committee, the committee will have the powers to then subpoena and bring other people who are supposed to be there, who perhaps are not part of the initial complaints and so on and so forth. So let's leave it there for now, okay. And then yes.
Well, since you're asking, we will spare you for that. But then the roads, back to the roads, you've protested. What has been the results, and if not any, what would you seek to do further?
Well, I think that it has already generated a lot of heat at the various agencies and institutions of government. I mean, it's one of the major things that I know the Assembly is concerned about now. Feeder Roads Department has been very, very worried about the situation and have been pushing the contractor to come on site to work. I've seen the contractor himself gone haywire, complaining all over the place about why we should embark on demonstration and so on and so forth, without taking responsibility of his own incapacity to deliver on the work that has been given him. And what I have done following that is to file an urgent question in Parliament to bring the Minister for Road to Parliament to come and tell the people of Ghana the criteria they use in selecting contractors, like the contractor on the Imensa Amrehia Road, and in the events that they fail to deliver on those contracts, like this very person, what sanctions are there for such contractors? And all these ones is to ensure that we can hold the contractor accountable to the citizens living in that stretch of the road. And quite apart from that, I know the contractor has said that they were unable to work because of rains. As weather has been raining for the last 1 year in Ghana, it is only the viewers who can judge for themselves. But the last promise he made is that in 2 weeks they are going to be on that stretch.
Your MC is supposed to be helping you out in this situation. Do you think that you're having difficulty in getting this road fixed because you are an opposition MP?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I just think that government has not shown commitment to this, its own promises. Remember, it's government that declared first year of road and second year of. It wasn't the MCE. The MCE is only an agent of government. So sometimes I pity her because I mean, things are not working, and there is no way she can actually look the government in the face and tell the government anything, because she is essentially an appendage of the government in the constituency. So what can she do? This, for example, this road was given out by Feeder Roads, a road of 11 million Ghana cedis. Where would the MC? What would the MCE do? The MC will only call the contractor. Contractor won't buy site. Into the Mumbai site, the every contractor say, "Oh, you're ready," and now you're sika. What would the MCE do? When I raise a question, she would have to be politically correct by making it look like, oh, maybe because he's an opposition, that's why he's raising it or something. So she would have to do her politics, but that's unfortunate. But that is how it is. So if there is anyone who can stand with the people to demand for work and demand for accountability of government, then it will be me. Because, trust me, if you go to Medina today, there is no evidence of first year of roads. There is no evidence of second year of roads. And so then one wonders, is Medina really part of Ghana? Is it part of the capital? Is the government really paying attention? Do they really want to do something with or for Medina, or they just want to pay lip services to Medina? Yeah, my view is that government has just neglected the entire community, and that is why I am on this mission to get government attention to Medina, and we will continue until Medina gets its fair share of national development.
So this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break here, and when we return, my guest remains the Member of Parliament for Madina, Lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. I am with the Member of Parliament for Madina, Lawyer Sosu, and our next issue has to do with legal education in Ghana. The 2021 Ghana School of Law exam result has brought back discussions around legal education in Ghana, and then I would like to get his view on these issues.
Well, I think the problem of legal education is that we haven't shown sufficient leadership in this area. We haven't shown leadership because I've always said and I maintain that if law school was a private school and I was the owner of that private school, I don't think that what has happened there from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 and even 2021, I'm going to spare anybody in management of my school in that manner. By now, my CEO should have been gone. So I've said it over and over again. Like the director of legal education should have resigned long ago. But you know we are in Ghana, South Africa. He will not resign. And then, if you are to allow them everything the same, next year the problem will recur and nobody really cares. We'll talk about it. It will come down and they will continue as business as usual. So it's a very, very unfortunate situation, and that's why I believe that leaving the situation to them at the law school will lead to no resolution, and that's why we are working very strongly from legislature here to introduce a private members bill to regulate legal education. So whatever we believe must be the way law must be run, very soon we should be able to have a bill that will deal with that situation. I think that the General Legal Council, as is presently constituted, definitely needs to be dissolved. I mean, we need to replace it with something else. Legal education must be autonomous. It must be standing on its own and having the Council for Legal Education as the majority leader proposed recently. He was even proposing that we should have, it says we should look for, I think, a commission of legal education, of a commission of a sort that would give us a presidential commission to come up with the modalities, and I believe that once this private members bill is tabled, all people, individuals who may have concerns that they may want to bring on board to support the passage of that bill, they will come on board, and there will be a very broad what I would call community engagement that would make sure that we come up with a bill that can satisfy the needs and the aspirations of Ghanaians. What I have said, and I maintain that, is that every single law school or currently law faculty, for example, KNUST, Methodist University, if they have a law faculty, Presbyterian University, if they have a law faculty, Central University, if they have a law faculty, University of Ghana, these law faculties must be assessed on their merit, whether they have the appropriate faculty and they have the libraries, they have the infrastructure that can support training. If they do, they must be certified to be able to write or to run a professional law program, so that at the end of the day, any institution that replaces the legal education, the General Legal Council, with respect to regulation of legal education would only be a regulator. And that regulator would set a unified bar exam that everybody will write annually. And those who pass are called to the bar. And then we establish a bar council that now take care of what I'll call regulation of standards of the practice for lawyers and I mean lawyers who are either members of the GBA or who are non-members of the GBA. So we have a big problem at hand. We need to amend our Act 32, which is the Legal Professions Act, which is going to be the starting point to reforming the entire regime of legal education that we have now. And I think we can do that through a private members bill. And that's what we will consider in Parliament.
Some 499 students are being denied access to go to the law school this year. They claim that they've passed, and last week I was here, you joined the protest, you were coming right back from court. I don't know if I'm right to say you have a thing for protests.
Well, protests are very democratic means to press home your demand, particularly when you have a leader that seems not to listen to the voices of democracy. You know,
and in this case, you would mean the president?
Well, I mean, if that is what it means, I think that if you don't have a listening president, then you must bring on bear the full force within a democratic space to get him to listen. And that's a very normal thing. That's why medical doctors will say we'll go on strike. And that's why you will see teachers say we'll go on strike. That's why people, because sometimes when they negotiate, their negotiations are a force on dead ears.
And to narrow this down to the president, a lot of people have high expectations of persons like you within the legal fraternity when it comes to this issue. Some people expect the president to have to be doing better in the whole conversation. What is your position on how the president has responded to all this?
Well, I mean, all that glitters is not gold. So, I mean, merely having expectation of people doesn't mean that if you thought they were gold, merely having expectation means they were really good. Because many people believe that our president was a human rights person, and that him we should be recording the highest human rights protection in Ghana. Everything should be fine. But unfortunately, it's been.
He has not proven that.
Oh, obviously he hasn't. I mean, it's obvious that he hasn't. I mean, we've had very serious issues. I mean, the last 5 years, and we don't need to rehash all of them because there are very critical things that we have now that we need to pay attention to. And for these 499 students, I think that they deserve to be called to the Ghana School of Law for them to be admitted, and that has been my call. I have petitioned the speaker, and most likely that we be working on the petition with the students to ensure that this 499 will have, I mean, will be heard. They apply to be heard on Parliament. I mean, in Parliament, and we'll make sure that we can reach out to the Ghana School of Law to consider the plight of this 499, even if it means that they will be on a kind of a waiting list, or there's going to be some arrangement the school is going to do with this 499. The school will have to do. Now I understand that I saw in some news reports that they are in court. I don't know to what extent that is true, but otherwise we would also be waiting to see what the outcome of the court case will be. But whatever we can do using the parliamentary tools, we will also do.
There are the likes of Professor Kwaku Azar, who says there's nothing stopping the law faculties from running the professional course, and that he expects one of these law faculties to start it, and then once maybe the General Legal Council rises against it, then the other issues can emanate from there. Do you subscribe to that?
Well, that may be, of course, that is a more revolutionary way of doing it, and whilst I agree that there's really nothing in law that stops them, there is a limitation, because then they will not be able to call it like a professional law course. Because when you look at Act 32, the running of a professional law course, the prescription of the courses that must be done on a professional law course are all within the domain of the General Legal Council and under the Board of Legal Education. So if the university goes ahead and run, you can run it and run everything and run all the courses. But for the purpose of certification, the only institution that can certify that these people that you've trained are people who can be called to the bar currently is the Board of Legal Education and the General Legal Council. So that is a policy problem. So not until there's a review or an amendment to Act 32, that may not work.
Moving away from legal education but then sticking to the law, there is a new IGP and some people will say there's a new sheriff in town. Things seem to be moving at a very faster pace. Some celebrities have been arrested, they were remanded and all that. But then from your position as a human rights lawyer, some people are raising concerns that the issue of remand is somehow, some way turning into a sort of punishment that the courts and the police are using against some people. What is your take on the Shatta issue? Well, that is a concern that I share, and it's a very unfortunate concern. And I share that concern not only because of Shatta and all that, but I have personally been involved in matters in very, very recent times when a client of mine was arrested and was kept in detention for like 8 days. And when I insisted that he be sent to court, I was told that they've been trying to get an assignment for court, and it took forever for that assignment to be done. And on a particular day, I went there and even threatened that I was going to write a petition to the CJ against them if you don't get us a court, after which I left the place angrily. After I left, I think about some 20 minutes later, the investigator calls me and says that, oh, well, finally we now have a court. We've been there. Your client has been remanded. I'm like seriously? So I realize, and this thing sometimes happen at the blind side even of the judges. Because when you appear before the judge, all the judge knows is that this is the first time you're appearing before her. So whatever you are telling her, I mean, she's most likely to oblige. You know, so most often than not, I think that our justice system has become a tool for injustice in many instances. And I feel extremely sad about that. And what happened in the case of Shatta, for example, is a case study. I don't see why when you arrest someone, which you have a right to do as a matter of law, you would not want to follow the same law to deal with the person. Because the law says that within 24 hours, within 48 hours, if you don't release him on bail, you put him before court. When you put him before court and you arraign him before court, there is an automatic right to bail. Bail is a matter of right, even though that right is subjected to the discretion of the judge. Now, when we say the right is subject to the discretion of the judge, we are saying that there are certain criteria or conditions prescribed under Act 30 that the judge will need to consider to either admit or not admit someone to bail. And if the conditions are satisfied, denying those bail will be an unreasonable violation of the rights of the person. And you would equate the Shatta
absolutely
to one of such.
Absolutely. So for example, he says that the person must be a Ghanaian. Is he a Ghanaian? Yes. He says that must have a fixed place of abode. Has he got a fixed place of abode? Not necessarily a Ghanaian. That's the part of a condition. But you must have a fixed place of abode. Has he got a fixed place of abode? Yes, he does. You need to have independent sureties with sufficient means. Has he got independent sureties? Yes. Do they have sufficient means? Yes. He must prove that he would not interfere with investigation. There was nothing that showed that Shatta was going to interfere with investigation. And in any event, at the time, there was nothing to investigate, because you are simply saying that you made a publication, which you have. So what are you investigating anymore? Are you writing to Microsoft or to Mark Zuckerberg to give you the encrypted whatever? What are you writing? What kind of investigation are you doing? You have nothing extra to do on those matters. You understand? So clearly, denying bail under those circumstances, in my view, was an unreasonable violation of his rights. And so, yeah, and that's what I've said. So I think that we must move. Society is growing. The more we behave in this manner, the more we are taking Ghana backwards. Every society is growing and we are moving forward. We must be seen to become more proactive, more receptive to issues of procedural justice and so on and so forth. If you say I'm wrong, no problem. This is what the law says you should do with me. So deal with me in accordance with the law. And then if I raise legal challenge, you don't need to be worried. Be patient and let's go to the legal challenge. After that, you can still go ahead. And that is what makes societies grow. But when we remain as if we are a subtle military regime, where yes, we have the law, but we really do not follow the law. Okay, we believe in constitutional democracy, but we don't believe in constitutionalism.
And you think this is where we are tilting towards?
Absolutely. Oh, we believe that with the constitution. Yeah, we believe in the constitution. But would we believe in the values within the law? We are not. For example, I've made that example before that. For example, you have a Legal Professions Act, and we established a General Legal Council. And the council that you have established, you have made the chairman of the council the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, is the head or the chairman of the General Legal Council. Now, when the General Legal Council takes a decision which is wrong, and you challenge that decision, it's the Chief Justice that will empanel a court to listen to that decision. I mean, are we real? I mean, we need to grow. If you talk about separation of powers, and there's a reason why in every democracy separation of powers is so critical. Because that is the only way you can hold each other accountable without necessarily blurring the lines or the contours between the various institutions. So such duplicity reduces the effectiveness of the kind of checks and balances that must exist in a progressive democracy. So I think that we need to grow.
Okay. The president is in his final term, the first year, which will make it 5 years of his under his leadership.
Well, I think that the president has done the best that he can. I mean, obviously, what we are experiencing now is the best of the president. So you can be sure that we cannot expect anything more than he has done. And naturally, everything that grows, also dies. It's a natural progression. There is a rise and there is a fall. If this is the best of the president, you can be sure that we can't expect anything.
So for the next 3 years ahead of us?
I'm not a prophet of doom, and I don't intend predicting doom for Ghana. But it's not going to be any better. I mean, it's not going to be any better because the trajectory of governance does not suggest that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. I can assure you that the biggest win for Ghana would be a vote to change government. So you can put new set of people with new set of ideas, with new set of approaches.
And you'll be talking about the NDC.
To deal with the issues and the challenges of the people of Ghana. Look, you can take every sector of the economy. Nothing is working.
2024 is, one would say, too far away, but very close.
Yeah, but JM is winning. Yeah.
We'll live to see. But then you fought very hard for your seat. Is Xavier Sosu retaining Medina in 2024?
I'll leave that to the good people of Medina. I believe that they'll retain me because they will not have done a good job. But I want to leave it to their own discretion.
Yes, so you heard it from the Member of Parliament for Medina, lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu. He leaves everything at the end of the day to his constituency. He hopes that in 2024 they retain him. After this interview with the Member of Parliament for Medina, some CID officers are reported to have stormed a church in his constituency where lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu had turned up to worship. GhanaWeb TV cameras happened to have arrived at the scene and recorded the events as they unfolded. This, just as we stated earlier, this is the arrival of some members, some of the minority members. Yes, and this is the minority whip, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. He's arrived here, and as expected and as announced, we expect that more of them will be coming any moment from now. The MP himself is still in there. Honorable Xavier Sosu is still in there. We will try and speak to the minority chief whip to find out what he's here for. So what's happening? What did you hear? So yes, the MP is actually coming out. He has been brought out by the minority chief whip. And there he goes. There he goes. He's going into the car. He's going into the car with the minority chief whip, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, and off they go. As it stands now, we are yet to see the police that were initially here or the security as it is, but then that is the minority chief whip's car that just came for the MP, and they are gone.
We invited Honorable Francis Sosu. You know, he's a Reverend Minister, so we invited him as our guest speaker. So he was here ministering. All of a sudden we saw a car park, and then armed men came out of the car. There were many. Yeah. No, actually, I think more than 10. Yeah.
Were they in uniform?
No, they were not in uniform, and then they surrounded the place and were asking for Sosu. He said I should bring him out. And I said he's ministering. So when it's done, then we know what to do. They keep pressing that they are here to take him to the police headquarters. So I asked them to produce their, warrant. They couldn't produce it.
Did they show any ID as well?
Yeah, 2 of them showed me their ID.
And they were which people?
That they are from the CID headquarters.
CID headquarters.
That's what they said.
And that is what the ID showed?
Yeah, the ID showed.
Okay,
yeah.
So then what happened?
So I asked them to wait. When we close, then they can take him. So when he finished ministering, then I took over to pray for him and the church. Yeah. So after that, it's like the members, some people in this constituency also came around, and then lots of people and some minor confusion outside because I'm inside preaching, so you know. So then finally, some officers came from the constituency together with his party executives, and then he waved at me that he's going to come. That's all.
So there you have it. Keep visiting www.ghanaweb.com and stay tuned to GhanaWeb TV as we promise to bring you all the developments related to this story.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Yes, Honorable Minister, I would like to thank you for attending upon the House to answer this urgent question. We are so grateful to you. You are discharged. Yes, honorable members, we have some statements. The first statement stands in the name of a member for Offenso South, Honorable Dr. Yao Opoku, on the unprecedented achievement of cocoa production in Ghana. Cocoa Board deserves commendation. The topic is, and I'm repeating, listen carefully, the unprecedented achievement of cocoa production in Ghana. Cocoa Board deserves commendation. Honorable member, you have the floor. You may read your statement.
Yes, sir. Ahmed, sit. Yeah.
I was just like we said the other day that before members make statement, they should give copies too, so that we can make meaningful contribution.
Whether we said it or not, I think it's proper. That honorable member, have you shared some of the please do that, quickly do that, so that honorable member, you may read whilst the whip is sharing. Honorable member, you may read.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to make a statement on the unprecedented achievement of cocoa production in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, at the close of the 2020-2021 crop season, graded and sealed cocoa beans purchased by Ghana Cocoa Board stood at 1,045,500 metric tons, 1,045,500. Thus breaking the 10-year-old record of 1,024,526 metric tons, 1,024,526, set in the 2010-2011 crop year. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, it was a crop year that has serious global challenges, including the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the global financial meltdown. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Cocoa Board, our gallant cocoa farmers, and indeed all our cherished stakeholders of the cocoa industry, whose toil and immense sacrifices have made this historic feat possible, deserve high commendation. Mr. Speaker, history tells us that the first recorded export of cocoa beans from Ghana was in 1891, and a total of 36.3 tons was exported. Ghana became the world's leading producer of cocoa in 1910, and for 66 years, that is from 1910 to 1977, Ghana remained the world's leading producer of cocoa, with production reaching an all-time peak of 580,000 in 1964-1965, and a market share from 30 to 40%. Thereafter, production started to decline and reached the lowest level of 158,000 tons in 1983-84, which constituted just 9% of the world's production. Mr. Speaker, the unprecedented level of cocoa production we are witnessing today is as a result of pragmatic programs and initiatives by the Ghana Cocoa Board. First was the National Cocoa Disease and Pest Control, CODAPEC, popularly known as mass spraying, in the 2000-2001 crop year to control important diseases and pests of cocoa And secondly, the high technology, also known as high-tech program, in 2003-2004 to improve the soil fertility in cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the mass spraying and the high-tech programs, production increased from 389,000 tons in 2000-2001 at the inception of the program to 735,000 tons in 2003-2004 and an all-time high of 1,024,526 metric tons in 2010-2011 crop season. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, production started declining once again from 2011-2012 crop season, mainly because of the devastating effect of the cocoa swelling shoot virus, overaged and unproductive farms, illegal mining, smuggling, and the decline in population of the insects responsible for natural pollination of cocoa. Between 2011 and 2012 and 2019-2020 season, production dropped from over 1 million tons to an average of 842,000 metric tons annually. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Cocoa Board once again introduced new productivity enhancement programs to address the emerging challenges. Cocoa Board has demonstrated that it is possible to increase productivity per hectare significantly without necessarily expanding the area of land under cultivation. The control of CSSVD, which is ongoing in the 7 cocoa growing regions in the country, has contributed immensely towards the growth of the cocoa industry. So far, 35,000 hectares of CSSVD affected areas have been treated and replanted with high-yielding and disease-tolerant planting materials. Some of these new plantings, particularly those in the Western North region, have started bearing and are contributing significantly towards the current unprecedented level of cocoa production. Overaged and unproductive farms are also being rehabilitated. Mr. Speaker, hand pollination was one of the key productivity enhancement programs introduced by Cocoa Board in the 2016-2017 crop season. The hand pollination program has become overwhelmingly successful. The average yield of pollinated farms have increased from between 250 to 450 kilograms to 700 to 2,500 kilograms per hectare. Another important productivity enhancement program was the mass pruning program introduced in the 2017-2018 crop season. In the 2020-2021 season, the mass pruning exercise was scaled up to cover 100% of all productive cocoa farms in the country using motorized pruners. The positive effect of the mass pruning exercise was abundantly evident throughout the country. It did not only boost flower production, it also naturally controlled important fungal diseases, particularly the severe form of black pod disease, mistletoes, and important pests. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the change in population dynamics of some important pests on cocoa, Ghana Cocoa Board reviewed the mass spraying program in 2017-2018 crop season to include an early application of insecticide in May and June. This new spraying regime targeted the control of some emerging pests, particularly the sucking insects such as Pseudotheraptus devastans and Bacteria species, which were responsible for some significant losses of both mature and immature cocoa. In order to improve microbial activities in the soil, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board also banned the indiscriminate application of herbicides on cocoa farms, which hitherto was destroying micro and macro fauna and flora and the accumulation of organic matter. Mr. Speaker, climate change and the associated menace to agriculture keep threatening efforts at increasing cocoa productivity.
Honorable member, there are so many meetings going on in the House. Please, let's listen to him.
Right Honorable Speaker, climate change and its associated menace to agriculture kept threatening efforts at increasing cocoa productivity in Ghana. Consequently, Cocoa Board introduced the pilot irrigation program in 2017 to address the soil moisture stress in cocoa farms. The main objective was to provide continuous supply of moisture to cocoa trees to ensure high productivity all year round. A good number of farms and seed gardens have benefited from the irrigation program. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the living income differential by Ghana Cocoa Board in the 2020-2021 crop year was a huge boost to cocoa production. The living income differential resulted in unparalleled rise in cocoa producer price from 515 Ghana cedis per bag of 64 kilograms to 660 Ghana cedis per bag, representing a whopping 28% increase. The introduction of the electronic scales at all buying centers across the country has also given farmers the assurance that the long-standing scale manipulation menace usually perpetrated by purchasing clerks has come to an end. Farmers are now guaranteed value for money. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has made cocoa farming very attractive. The much anticipated Farmers' Pension Scheme has started in the Western South and Ashanti region, and its expansion to other regions is a matter of course. This scheme will help our cherished cocoa farmers enjoy decent and sustainable pension when they finally retire from active cocoa farming. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we say well done, Cocoa Board. Well done, our cherished cocoa farmers. Well done, all the industry players. We encourage all the stakeholders to continue to work hard to sustain the new level of productivity. We also hope Cocoa Board will put in the necessary measures to address the delays in payment of cocoa purchases, which characterize the 2020-2021 crop season. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, you know this is a statement and should not engender any debate. Hello, honorable members, I'm just cautioning us. We are going to allow members who are desirous to comment, but I'm saying it shouldn't engender debate. That's what I'm just cautioning. Yeah, let me invite Honorable. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on the rule. The statement, my understanding is that it's made under Order 72. Now, a statement made under Order 72 by a minister is not supposed to provoke debate. If I may read the Order 72, a minister of state may make an announcement or a statement of government policy. Any such announcement or statement should be limited to facts which it is deemed necessary to make known to the House and should not be designed to provoke debate. At the stage, any member may comment briefly, subject to the same limitation. Now, Order 72 states that by the indulgence of the House and leave of Mr. Speaker, a member may at the time appointed for statement under Order 53 order a business, explain a matter of personal nature, or make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. Any statement other than a personal statement may be commented upon by the member for a limited duration of time, not exceeding 1 hour. The terms of any such proposed statement shall first be submitted to Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that this statement is made by a member under Order 72. So, the idea that such a statement is not to provoke debate is not within the ambit of our own standing order. Mr. Speaker, for this view, I'm seeking your guidance on this issue.
Honorable Member, what you read is just to allow members to comment. So you are commenting. It's just a harmless like that. You shouldn't jump into debate, because I could sense the views of the members. So what you read, Honorable Member, what you read does not actually say that this is a debate time. My ruling is that I'm saying members may comment, not to engender debate. Please, let's do that. So, Honorable Leader, are you commenting or you are?
Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your opinion on the guidance you have given. That yes, in commenting, it should not provoke debate. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the statement itself has provoked debate by saying that unprecedented, which is debatable, Mr. Speaker, what do you say to this one? The statement itself has provoked the debate. Now, members in commenting would disagree with that statement, that what the statement is about cannot be described as unprecedented. In that case, they'll be debating. What is your guide on this, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Leader, we are in the same page. I'm insisting you should comment. So if your comment is going to say something contrary to what the statement is, that's fair enough. But I am saying we shouldn't provoke debate on this matter. Members will be allowed to comment. That is my ruling. So, Honorable Member for Doc, did you? Doc, are you ready to speak?
Speaker, I yield to the ranking member.
Honorable members, please allow me to steer the affairs. Doc, are you ready to speak?
I yield to the ranking member.
I am going to give Honorable Eric the opportunity to speak, but I first and foremost saw. Honorable members. No, Honorable Eric will definitely speak. Please. Anyway.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the nature of the statement, I think leadership must assist you in maintaining order in the House. If we can agree on maybe 4-4 or 3-3.
So I'm giving 2-2. 2-2, then the leadership can also add up. So 2-2. So Honorable Poku, you will speak, but you are not starting the comment.
Speaker, if on such statement, I think members must make renditions that are going to support or assist the sector ministers in formulating their policies. So if we can take the ranking member, the deputy ranking member, and one other person, so that it will be 3-3, Mr. Speaker, it will go a long way to help government.
Leader, I'm saying 3 inclusive of leadership. So 2 other members plus a leader. Fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not here to start with Eric.
Thank you very much.
Eric, I'm not starting with you, please. Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, if it is 3-3, then the Chiefs have the opportunity to give you names. Yes. Since you are saying 3-3.
Yes, okay. Very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, we take Honorable Eric Opokun, Honorable Sansiaye, and Honorable Akano.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statements made by a colleague from the other side. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records, and everything that we say here must reflect on the records available to this house. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, total cocoa production in this country was 835,000 metric tons. That was the time President John Dramani Mahama took office as the president of our nation. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2016, cocoa production was 969,500 metric tons, indicating that over the 4-year period, cocoa production in Ghana increased by 134,500 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, this has never happened in the history of cocoa in this country. In 2017, a new government took office, Nana Akufo-Addo and the MPP. And Mr. Speaker, at that time, cocoa production was 969,500. Today, they are talking about 1,045,500, indicating that over the 4-year period, cocoa production has increased by 76,000. And we are being invited to celebrate 76,000 against 134,500 over the same period of time. Mr. Speaker, how would you describe this as unprecedented? In any case, Mr. Speaker, before you produce cocoa, you invest in the process. And the cost of producing that quantity of cocoa is also very important. And this House must also consider that. The Auditor General has reported in the 2019 Auditor General's report, Mr. Speaker, that in 2017, when the MPP took office and started managing Cocoa Board incurred a loss of 162.8 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, it is reported in the 2020 Auditor General report that they incurred a loss of 84.8 million Ghana cedis after the Finance Ministry has given them a bailout of 176 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 2019 is worse. Ghana Cocoa Board incurred a loss of 320.6 million Ghana cedis. This has never happened in the history of cocoa in this country. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has never been mismanaged like this before. In fact, as we speak today, Ghana Cocoa Board is soaked. It is steeped in debt, and Cocoa Board is owing over a 40 billion Ghana cedis, which has never happened in this country.
Honorable, hold
How
on.
can you say that?
Honorable, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order to the effect that, Mr. Speaker, to the effect that the honorable member on his feet is in breach of Order 72. Mr. Speaker, the terms of Order 72 is specific that you should comment on the statement. Your comments should be limited to the scope of the statement. Mr. Speaker, if, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Eriko Poku, whom I came to meet in this house, knows about the rules, if you have issue about debt by a company, file a question and get appropriate answer. Don't smuggle your way through when you don't have all the full facts. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that you are not to generate debate. Don't use it to start your own statement. You know it, Mr. Speaker. So please limit yourself to the terms of the comment. Mr. Speaker, the statement was to the effect that there has been unprecedented cocoa production. Are you challenging that? Mr. Speaker, these are facts. He said so. Can you tell us that you have...
Honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding on my point of order. That, Mr. Speaker, throughout his submission, he hasn't told us that the figure quoted by the maker of the statement is not correct. The maker of the statement is saying that the record as it stands now is the highest ever in the history of this country in terms of cocoa production. That is what you should commend him, Cocoa Board, on. You can't use that to start your new debate, and you know better.
Honorable members, let's have order in the house. Like I said earlier on, I knew we were going to come to this point. That's why I cautioned that we shouldn't go our way. So, Honorable Eric, please, just conclude with your comment.
Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement raised issues with cocoa production. And cocoa production goes with investments. And this is a house of records. So in commenting, we have to interrogate the issues. And Mr. Speaker, he raised several other points which I must speak to as part of my comments. So I'll plead with you to give us ample time for us to exhaust all the issues raised in here, Mr. Speaker. It is very, very important, looking at the critical role cocoa plays in the economy of our country.
Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
they
Member.
are churning out.
Honorable Member, Order 72 is asking us to comment. So if you are commenting, honorable members, commenting, you don't ask me to give you enough time. Just pass a comment and we move on.
It is friendly comment.
Mr. Speaker, we are developing a nation. Mr. Speaker, in nation building, the input from the minority is very important. And the Honorable Eric Opoku is the minority spokesperson on Food and Agriculture Ministry. And Mr. Speaker, like the acting leader of the House rightly put it, the Honorable Eric Opoku is our senior in this House. I came to meet him, and the acting leader also came to meet me. Mr. Speaker, we need the facts, and this is the best way to learn. When I came to this House, I was told that a time came, the minority leader of this House, Honorable J.H. Mensah, spoke for 3 hours in this House. And Mr. Speaker, it is in that regard that when the majority leader, Honorable J.H. Mensah Bonsu, and those who met J.H. Mensah in this House, when they are talking, you get to know that these are those who received the articulate under the veteran J.H. Mensah. So, on that note, Mr. Speaker, I think the freshers are all learning. We, those who are not in that sector, we are all learning. If we can give time, Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable El Kopoku, he will help to enrich this contribution. And Mr. Speaker, we are speaking to the public. The public will, through this, have some respect for parliamentarians. That, MPs are not just MPs. They understand they are authorities in their areas. So, Mr. Speaker, if you say, you should make a brief comment, then he make just a brief as business as usual. I think, Mr. Speaker, second deputy speakers do well in that regard. And you also do very well. On that note, Mr. Speaker, if you can allow him to proceed. He's bringing matters of fact. But I think you also take a cue from your guidance that he must not generate debate. We are all taking notes. The 1 million tons, 134,000, the 76,000. Mr. Speaker, I'm jotting them down. So if you truncate him, it's like I'll be halfway cut off. If you can allow him to proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. You see, those who were in charge of the rules knew what they wanted Parliament to do when they expressly provided for comment to be made on statement. Mr. Speaker,
it is the right of Honorable Eric Opoku to make a statement on issues about the cocoa sector. Far right. Nobody can take that away from me. However, on this occasion, and on this occasion only, he is only to comment on the statement made. You cannot use that to generate your own substantive statement on the floor. It's not right. And you should know that. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, a Pentecost elder, a respected elder for that matter, must not find a way of misleading this House by saying, because the minority has its right to be heard, same will be construed to mean that a statement made which would require comment must necessarily lead to a new statement being made. What is stopping him for filing for bringing his own statement on the House floor? If he has serious disagreements, if he thinks that certain things are not accurate, he is a ranking member on Agric. If he is worried about a matter in the cocoa sector, he should file an urgent question. But on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, I dare contend, with the greatest respect, that he can only make a brief comment, and that is what Order 72 is saying. He knows better. Mr. Speaker, don't oblige him.
Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to give time. Honorable members, I'm going to give time. Honorable members, I'm giving time. So, members who would like to contribute will have 10 minutes to contribute at most. So, Honorable Eric.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me to continue. But Mr. Speaker, it is important for this House to note that when statements are made, they must contain factual statements. Inaccurate statements must be corrected when we are commenting, and that is what must be done. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement spoke about the pension scheme and showered praises on Cocoa Board, and for that matter, this government. Their records are available to this House. Mr. Speaker, the Cocoa Board Law of 1984, which was promulgated by the PNDC, provided under Section 26(1) for the establishment of the pension scheme not only for cocoa farmers, but also for coffee and shea nut farmers. Mr. Speaker, since the promulgation of that law, governments have come and gone. None of them made the attempt to save a pesewa for the commencement of the scheme. Until President Mahama was in office, the Auditor General reports in the 2020 report that, Mr. Speaker, President John Mahama from 2013 to 2016 accumulated a whopping 28.9 million Ghana cedis for the commencement of the cocoa farmers pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it on record today that since the NPP assumed office, the last 4 years, they have not contributed a pesewa to the scheme, yet they want to take credit for it. How can you do this? Mr. Speaker, even the Auditor General queried them. The Auditor General queried them why they have not invested the money they inherited from us. For 5 years, they did not invest that money. And the Auditor General questioned them, why have you inherited 28.9 million Ghana cedis set aside for cocoa farmers pension scheme, and for 5 years you have not invested that amount? Mr. Speaker, when you read their response, the response they provided, Mr. Speaker, you weep for this nation. And today, you sit here courageously, making a statement, taking credit for something you have not contributed anything for. How can you do this? And you are saying that you shouldn't comment? Mr. Speaker, you recall, when the NPP assumed office in 2017, they told the whole nation that the NDC, through Cocoa Board, had awarded cocoa rolls amounting to 5.1 billion Ghana cedis. And Cocoa Board was not having the capacity to pay. It was for this reason that they set up a committee to audit cocoa rows. Mr. Speaker, it will shock you to note that prior to 2020 elections, NPP, Mr. Speaker, and Nana Akufo-Addo, Cocoa awarded cocoa rows amounting to 13.6 billion Ghana cedis. Now, they can't even have money to pay. They don't have money to pay, and you should praise them for this. For this mismanagement, gross incompetence. Mr. Speaker, how?
Winding up, please. Winding up.
So, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that, in fact, even the total output we are talking about, the 1,045,000, Mr. Speaker, it is never true. We challenge them to produce the specific details. We collected data from all the buying agencies. Mr. Speaker, Ghana did not even hit 1 million. They are lying to us. Mr. Speaker, you are presiding over this. Let's put up a committee to probe into the total cocoa production in this country, and we expose them. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the whole cocoa sector has been mismanaged. It is verging on collapse. And as we speak, they are even contemplating on issuing long-term bonds. Mr. Speaker, long-term bonds. Phone loading as they've been doing, pushing their debt to be paid by unborn children. This is what they are doing.
Honourable member, you
Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I want to say that the maker of the statement has done a great disservice to this house by misleading us and churning out issues that are totally false, absolutely untrue, just to mislead us out and to whitewash their non-performance as if they are doing something. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I crave your indulgence to refer the maker of this statement to the Privileges Committee for lying to this.
Let me invite Honourable Osei-Frimpong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by my colleague, Honorable Dr. Opoku. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with my comments, I would like to draw the attention of the House to the purported falsehood that NDC government, if it had won the 2020 elections, was going to do to Ghana. In their 2020 manifesto, Mr. Speaker, the NDC was able to tell Ghanaians that should power be given to them, they were going to use taxpayers' money to control 4 army worms, which does not affect cocoa farms on cocoa farms. And this was going to cause financial loss to the state. But I can quote, I have it here, a copy of your manifesto. I can give it.
Honourable member, hold on. Yes.
Yes, it's here. You can take it. It's here. In your manifesto, 2020 manifesto.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, is the Honourable J.D. Frimpong telling us here in this house that 4 army worms attack cocoa production in the country? Is that what he's saying? Because if that's what he's saying, I want him to confirm. If he didn't say so, he must let this house hear. But this is the very first time that I'm hearing that the 4 army worms that attacked maize in the country also attacked Ghana's cocoa production. It should come down, Mr. Speaker, and this House of Records.
Yes, Honourable Member. Just address yourself. And please restrict yourself to the statement.
Mr. Speaker, the 2020 manifesto by NDC 6.11 4.213 program to effectively tackle 4 army worms. The next NDC government, Mr. Speaker, I quote, will resume a program to effectively tackle the 4 army worm invasion of cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, I have it here. Of cocoa farms. So if the honorable leader, Honorable Ahmed, is telling the House that I am rather turning out falsehood, I want him to produce the total document of their manifesto for us to refer and quote again on this floor for us to see.
Please, this is just a comment on the statement that has been made on the floor. Yeah, Honorable Sansahi, what is it?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you have given enough directives to members. And I want to challenge the chairman for the Agric Food and Cocoa Affairs Committee to lay the document that is referring to for our verification. Mr. Speaker, that document has nothing to do with a statement on the floor. So, issue MPP manifesto is not on the floor at the moment. We are not discussing anything about MPP manifesto nor NDC manifesto. For you to go and bring in NDC manifesto, it means you are descending into the realms of irrelevance. And for that matter, he should confine himself to the statement on the floor.
Honourable Member, I understand your leader has already selected you to speak to the statement. So why don't you hold on? I mean, you get your time. Please, let's restrict ourselves to the statement. We are making the statement irrelevant, even though it's supposed to be a very relevant document that we are supposed to assess. But the way we are trying to play politics about it, I don't think is the best. Let's restrict ourselves to the statement. It's a very important statement that we need to work on. So, Honourable Member, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was glad when my colleague, Honourable Ranking Member Eric Opoku, said investment goes with production. And that Cocoa Board has been giving so much, and they have done little. That is not true, Mr. Speaker. If you go through the records of production, when NDC took over from 2008-2009 production year, cocoa production was 710,639 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, it decreased the following year to 632,037. Mr. Speaker, it was only when they got to 2010-2011 that we hit the 1 million metric tons. From there, it started decreasing again. 1,024,000 metric tons. And that is nowhere near what we turned out this year, which is 1,045,500 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, we recently took a tour to about 4 regions in Ghana here that produce cocoa. And what we saw, the committee saw on the ground, is something that we have to commend Cocoa Board for. They have done extremely well, and if this year they are bringing out, or they have been able to produce over 1 million metric tons, Mr. Speaker, I know the subsequent years, Cocoa Board in production of cocoa will do more than what they have done today. We visited Punikrom in the Western North region. We visited Abuadi Krom and some other communities over there. That place, Mr. Speaker, all the interventions are going on very well. Mr. Speaker, the mass spraying is still ongoing. Distribution of fertilizers ongoing. Pruning and slashing of cocoa trees ongoing. rehabilitation of moribund farms, especially in Abuaji Krom, Mr. Speaker, was a sight to see for yourself. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa trees that were cut off, or the farms that were rehabilitated, have started yielding fruit over 2 years. And the livelihood of the cocoa farmers over there, Mr. Speaker, have been improved by the supply of plantain suckers. So they are not losing much, and government, through the cocoa board, is also paying money to these farmers so that it can sustain them till when the cocoa comes to full fruition. Mr. Speaker, at one particular place, I'm quoting the exact location, Punikrom, a cocoa farmer who farms on 2.5 acres of land, Mr. Speaker, who was producing 9 bags per annum, has been able to produce 125 bags from the same acreage of farm. Mr. Speaker, these are the indications that Cocoa Board will do well in subsequent years. Yes, they have done well and they will continue to do well in subsequent years. Cocoa Board has done very well for the nation and they must be commended. I must take this opportunity to commend the maker of the statement by also telling my colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, on the other side, that they should take their figures carefully, because some of the figures they churned out were not wholly true. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member for Boji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by a colleague of this House. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about unprecedented achievement of cocoa production in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the chairman who just spoke started comparing from 2008 and so on and so forth. We are talking about 4-year period in which President Mahama took cocoa from 2013 to 2017, and from 2017 to 2021, when Nana Akufo-Addo also became in charge of cocoa production in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we are saying that in 2012, before President Mahama became president of this country, cocoa production was 855,000 metric tons. 855,000 metric tons. By the time he left office in 2017, cocoa production has increased from 855,000 to 67,500. Mr. Speaker, so if you subtract it, the 855 from the 97,500, it means that within 4 years, in which President Mahama was president of this country, cocoa production increased by 134,500 metric tons. 4 years. Nana Akufo-Addo met cocoa production at 967,500. Let's give it to the maker of the statement that by the end of last year cocoa season, cocoa production was 1,045,500, which means if they met it at 969,500, within 4 years, they only added 76,000 metric tons. You want people to clap for you for adding 79,000. Then what will you do to the person who added 134,500? What will you do to that person? Mr. Speaker, I was shocked and surprised that the maker of the statement was silent on cocoa roast in this country. I was surprised because cocoa roast contributes to cocoa production in this country. Mr. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that the activities that have been undertaken by MPP government have resulted in destruction of cocoa farms in this country. Has resulted in destruction of cocoa farms in this country. Go to Western North today. Go to Western and find out how cocoa activities is going on in the Western North. Cocoa farmers are crying.
Yes, everywhere.
Cocoa farmers are crying everywhere. Their children are crying. Mr. Speaker, so for the maker of the statement to come and lie to us that for the first time they have achieved so much, I mean, if you come again, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the call by the ranking member for Food and Cocoa Affairs that you should refer him to the previous committee for lying to this committee for further probing and investigation so that the truth will come out. Mr. Speaker, fertilizer. And this thing before we left office, we were distributing free cocoa fertilizer to cocoa farmers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we had embossed on the fertilizer not for sale. MPP government assumed office and cancelled the note and it became for sale. And they were selling the cocoa fertilizer to cocoa farmers. But this way, cocoa fertilizers, that we use cocoa farmers' money to buy. Another government came and then sold cocoa fertilizer to cocoa farmers. As we speak, cocoa farmers don't get fertilizer to buy. Those who have money and they want to buy, they don't even get the fertilizers to buy them. Mr. Speaker, so it is unfortunate that we are talking about coordination. We should move to the cocoa farms and find out what cocoa coordination has done to cocoa trees. They have destroyed all the cocoa trees, particularly in the Western North region. We should go there and find out.
Honorable, start winding up.
These are serious matters that we should take seriously when we are talking about cocoa production in this country. Mr. Speaker, you should go there and find out. Maybe I know that maybe it's a long time they have moved through cocoa growing areas and it's not experienced or feeling
Honorable,
what
hold on.
the cocoa farmers are going through.
Honorable member, hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me invite Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Right, Honorable Speaker. House of Records, we don't make such statements that all cocoa trees in Western North have been destroyed. Mr. Speaker, I have a cocoa farm in Kabiose in Akontomra. The trees are not destroyed. The trees are not destroyed. So you can't make such statements for it to be captured in our records. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, well. So, Honorable Member. No, Honorable Eric, we are not giving you the opportunity again. You've spoken a lot. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct
Honorable Eric, no.
I just want to correct an erroneous impression.
Honorable Eric, please. Let's allow order. Honorable Samson, please. The statement was too sweeping. So just restrict yourself to. You can't just say.
Mr. Speaker, I know that Honorable Dan was born in a cocoa growing area somewhere in Sankwari, but it's been a long time that he visited where he was born. And to claim that you have a cocoa farm in Kabias here, since when did you go to Kabias? When did you go there? If you want to know the truth of what I'm talking about, after today, let's move to the cocoa growing areas. You will see things for yourself. When you come back, you will stand in front of other.
Honorable Member, your time is up, please.
Please to conclude. Mr. Speaker, when NDC government was in power, we paid bonus to cocoa farmers. We paid cocoa bonus to cocoa farmers. They make out a statement and calling from the majority to tell us since 2017 to date how much cocoa bonus have we paid to cocoa farmers? None. Zero. This laughable policy has been cancelled by MPP government. Today you are calling all Ghanaians to clap for you for collapsing cocoa farms in this country.
Thank you. And well
Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Member, your time is up. Please.
To conclude.
Oh, you've already concluded.
I want to end by echoing what Honorable
Hey, don't go there. Don't go there.
The matter of the statement should be invited to the Privilege Committee to answer certain questions.
Immediately.
Honorable Member, retract that statement. I mean, it's as if we are joking. Don't add that. Yes, Honorable Kwaku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this important statement. Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an important statement, and I commend Honorable Opoku for putting into our discussions this morning the workings and the achievements of the Ghana's Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing initiative by Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire to ensure that the country has good value for the cocoa we export are all very important initiatives by the institution. But, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have spoken extensively about the achievements of Cocoa Board, and I've also heard our colleagues, especially on the other side, speak about some of the challenges of Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, there's just one matter I'd like to introduce into the discussion, or elevate in this discussion. It is cocoa roads. Mr. Speaker, you see, when Honorable Opoku was speaking, he said cocoa road construction under the previous administration was criticized, but unfortunately it is still ongoing. Mr. Speaker, he's right. The construction of cocoa roads as an expenditure on Cocoa Board, Mr. Speaker, is a policy that this country will have to revisit. It's a policy that we'll have to revisit. I mean, what is the point in establishing an institution to deliver on a mandate, and then we end up assigning to that institution mandate that they really have no expertise over? And this is contributing to the financial difficulties of Cocoa Board. And I would hope, as members of Parliament, we avert our mind to these matters. As I have indicated before, Mr. Speaker, the political leadership of this country, both past and present, must make a clear decision what we want Cocoa Board to do. We must make a clear decision on what we want Cocoa Board to do. Otherwise, we risk destroying not just Cocoa Board, but ultimately the industry that Cocoa Board leads. I'd like to add to this the suggestion again by Honorable Eric Opoku that even some benefits that were indicated to be given to our farmers have not materialized. Mr. Speaker, the reality is this. One of the challenges of Cocoa Board, which in my view is threatening the industry, it is the political unwillingness to review incentives we give to the producers of cocoa, even when the returns we are getting as a country are inadequate. And when I hear him, I get a feeling that whatever it is, yes, the cocoa farmers have votes. So whatever it is, find money from somewhere and make them happy. My advice is that motivation for our cocoa farmers is very important, and we see in this statement efforts by not just this administration, but also by previous administrations to help the cocoa farmer. What we have not critically analyzed is where we are getting the resources from in order to provide the incentives that even Honorable Eric Opoku says are inadequate. My view is that unless we sit down and we review the workings of Cocoa Board again, look at the finances of Cocoa Board, We will continue doing politics with cocoa board. In the end, we will destroy not just cocoa board, but also the cocoa industry. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The last person from this side.
Mr. Speaker, since cocoa is both, it used to be under the finance ministry until it was taken to the Ministry of Agri. We will let the former Deputy Minister for Finance speak on behalf of leadership.
So he's the last person, honorable member.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, any statement about the sustainability of Ghana's cocoa is something that, Mr. Speaker, all of us must take it very serious. Mr. Speaker, for over 60 years, one single commodity that has sustained Ghana's economy is cocoa. And so it's important for us to debate issues relating to cocoa very dispassionately. Speaker, I say this because there has been a number of commentaries today as to who should be honored in terms of the achievement of the sector. Mr. Speaker, what is most striking to me today is the fact that we are debating cocoa roots. Mr. Speaker, cocoa roots was criticized for a simple reason that Ghana Cocoa Board had awarded so much of cocoa roots. Mr. Speaker, we were told that it's not sustainable. At the time that government of Ghana had awarded 5.1 billion Ghana cedis of Ghana cocoa roots in contracts, the very administration that criticized it subjected it to audit, came back to office, and then awarded cocoa road to the tune of 13 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we should be worried. Mr. Speaker, in the very statement that the chairman of the Finance Committee raised, Mr. Speaker, in his statement, the chairman of the Finance Committee had said,
Hold on. Leader, we were coming to you.
Just for the record, the maker of the statement did not refer to cocoa roads in his statement. You see, you are commenting on the statement. Don't bring a new debate. You were not here when the maker of the statement presented the statement. And you are saying he said cocoa roads. He never talked about it. He was talking about the unprecedented production levels. So focus on that one and commend the efforts made in the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised you did not rule the deputy majority leader out of order. Mr. Speaker, I say this because he stood up when the debate was ongoing. I saw him running over. Mr. Speaker, he was not here when the chairman of the Finance Committee spoke. He wasn't here. Mr. Speaker, I saw him sitting at the back there. I was expecting him to sit as a leader of the House instead of you going out. Next time, sit down and listen to the debate. Next time, sit down instead of asking for the debate. Mr. Speaker, I am responding to the statement made by the chairman of the Finance Committee. That is what I'm trying to do. Mr. Speaker, you are the speaker and you know that the chairman of the Finance Committee raised these very issues that I'm talking about. So you cannot rule me out of order. That your style will not work on me. So next time, don't do that again. Mr. Speaker, to continue. Mr. Speaker, to continue. My argument is simple. In the same vein, Mr. Speaker, we are aware the Ministry of Health is the one that is responsible for the award of hospital contracts. Today, what are we seeing? Office of the President is awarding contracts for hospital projects.
Honorable member, this statement has nothing to do with hospitals. Please, don't bring this into the. Please kindly retract that. I mean, let's finish with this cocoa board issue. There's nothing about hospital issues here. Honorable member, do you have hospitals on the table? Please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I wouldn't take it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm only telling him that next time, when I'm on the floor debating, you should not try to derail me, because a lot more will come out. Mr. Speaker,
Please, retract that statement.
Mr. Speaker, to continue on the very statement.
Honorable member, I respect. Retract that statement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm winding up.
No, I want you to retract it first.
The Speaker, to retract which one, sir?
Don't bring hospital issue. I just want you to
Mr. Speaker, sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know me, and I will never say anything contrary to the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, with all respect, it is important for us to understand that the chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'm withdrawing. Mr. Speaker, I'm withdrawing. Please let me land. The chairman of the Finance Committee.
Honorable, respectfully, just do away with that particular statement. I don't want
Mr. Speaker, I do away with that part. I do away with that part. Mr. Speaker, it is important for the records to note that in as much as the chairman is advising that we should visit the issues of Cocoa Board very seriously. Mr. Speaker, I support that. I support that. That is why I started my statement by saying that anything that has to do with the sustainability of Ghana cocoa is something that should bother all of us. And we should debate it dispassionately. Because, Mr. Speaker, cocoa has been one single commodity that has sustained this country in the last 60 years. We cannot toil with issues of cocoa at all. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage you, as the one presiding the proceedings today, to instruct or to order a committee that will look into the sustainability of Ghana's cocoa. Mr. Speaker, there has been so many issues relating to the sustainability of Ghana's cocoa. Today, we all know that Cocoa Board is in debt. We all know that Cocoa Board is in debt. It is a known secret. Everybody knows about it. Mr. Speaker, whatever we have to do collectively to ensure that the almighty Ghana Cocoa Board comes back to its feet, to be able to address the challenges and employ the teeming population of our country, Mr. Speaker, is something that we should all welcome. And I want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, set up a committee that will be able to look at the sustainability issues of Ghana Cocoa Board, Mr. Speaker, it is in the interest of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Minister for Agri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by a member of Parliament for Finsosa, who I can say, without any hesitation, is an institutional memory of cocoa in this country. He has worked at Cocoa Board all his life. And when such a person writes a statement, it is something that carries so much weight. And the beginning of the comments up to this time, I've been saddened by the fact that, although I'm not the Methuselah of this house, but I've been in this house long enough, 9 years now, and this is the first time that I'm witnessing anything like this, that a statement will be subjected to so much debate that has brought about a whole lot of issues. Very, very, very controversial. Mr. Speaker, you are destroying Ghana. See, it was a harmless statement that my honorable member made about cocoa production in this country. And nobody can debate that one because figures are clear here that 2010, 2011, Ghana produced...
Hold on. You see, leaders, I cannot ignore you when you get up, but at least you should allow the debate to flow, the comment to flow. Okay, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Agri is my good friend. And Mr. Speaker, we are assisting you to maintain order in the House. But this is a House of Records. I wouldn't want it to go in the record that you are the only speaker within the last 9 years to have admitted a statement that has been intensely debated as this one. The Speaker is factually not correct. And I want that aspect of the statement to be expunged from the records. We have debated serious statements and very provocative, but those that invoke debate in this House, including even security statements. This is just a harmless one. And there are input which were given by MPs who have authority in their field. The chairman of finance committee, ranking member of finance committee, the chairman, ranking member on agri, giving you input. These are facts. And Mr. Speaker, the beauty of it is that they ended up by saying, refer it to a committee to assist the minister in a good direction. So if you still disagree, and he's indicting you for admitting a statement that is so provocative and that has been debated, Mr. Speaker, I disagree. And you've done very well by coming on the same day to admit this statement. My good friend, upon that aspect, Speaker has done very well and giving credit for that.
So the mere fact he said he's been here for 9 years and this only statement that is engendering debate, that is the yeah. Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, far from that. I mean, I was very emphatic on the fact that I have not witnessed any statement that has been debated to this extent. I was very specific. I didn't generalize it. I said I have not witnessed. So I don't see how my big brother will want to bring you into this debate. And in spite of all your admonitions, people went overboard. And it is on record that everybody went overboard. I mean, seriously speaking, because the issue is about production, and it is simple. What the statement is purported to bring out is this: that 2010-2011, Ghana produced 1024526 metric tons of cocoa, and at that time it was unprecedented, and everybody spoke about it. So what is the 1045, the previous one, and it falls into the same category, unprecedented, and this one should generate a debate. I thought all of us were going to encourage our hard-working farmers to do more, in spite of what the hard-working farmers of this country, in spite of the fact that about 200,000 hectares of land in the Western North region have been cut down for replanting. In spite of all that, we've been able to produce this quantum of cocoa for our farmers, and we should not do politics with cocoa, because as the ranking member for finance said, that cocoa has sustained this country in the last 60 years or so and beyond. So no, we should not, Mr. Speaker, do politics with cocoa. All what we want to say here is this: that our cocoa farmers, what are we going to do to encourage them to continue to either sustain this level of production or even go beyond it? What are we going to do? And there are factors that he outlined in the statement, including the cocoa pension scheme and all those things. Whether it was started in the previous administration or not, the fact remains that this thing is starting this year, and that is enough encouragement for these cocoa farmers to continue to work hard to bring about cocoa production to a certain level that will give Ghana the necessary dollars that we need to sustain this economy. Because at a goal, cocoa brings into this country $1.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, this House should not undermine the efforts that cocoa farmers are putting up by bringing about these issues that will not encourage them. We should rather encourage them. Mr. Speaker, if we say we are going to abide by the rules of the game in this House, before I resume my seat, I will want to admonish our friends that cocoa is so special to this country and that we should not do politics with it. And whenever cocoa issues come to this House, all of us must speak with one voice, come to a consensus. The issues are there. If there are, everybody is free to come out with the challenges, but not in the manner that it was done this afternoon. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I thank you for the interest members have actually taken in this particular statement. My colleagues were asking me or admonishing me to make a reference to a committee. I am unable to do that. And I'm not doing that simply because come 2 weeks, we are going to witness a budget statement. And obviously a budget statement is going to capture cocoa sector. So the figures will come up, whether it's the maker of the statement who is saying the truth or whether Eric Opoku is saying the truth. So I'm not making any reference to anybody. Let's hold on till 2 weeks time when we get the budget to at least ascertain the situation by ourselves. We will take the second statement from this one, from Honorable Kwabena Minta Akando on the excessive political scheming surrounding the approval of the district chief executive for Sehuji district.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, you may take the floor. And
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful for the opportunity to make this statement on excessive political scheming surrounding the approval of President's nominee for District Chief Executive of Sehuji District. This statement provides a brief overview of the processes that led to the approval of the President's nominee for the position of District Chief Executive for Gaboso District. It outlines an elaborate and ominous scheme which, if left unchecked, has the propensity to derail our democratic system from its current peaceful trajectory. A scheme that usurps the mandate of the people and substitutes in its place the parochial interests of some political actors. Unfortunately, the sinister forces behind these schemes fail to realize that elections form the core of our democratic practice and the safeguard of our national peace and cohesion. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of September 2021, the President nominated new district, municipal and metropolitan chief executive to assist in running 260 districts minus SAR districts. This included Mr. Godfred Kwabena Ajia Sante, the President nominee for the Sehuji district, sequent to which an assembly meeting properly constituted and convened by the presiding member as prescribed by Article 2443 of the 1992 Constitution and subsection 5 of Section 17 of the Local Government Act was duly held on the 6th October 2021 with the District Electoral Commission officer in attendance to conduct the business of voting on the President's nominee. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the nominee at the said meeting pulled 11 yes votes out of the total of 23 votes cast, failing to cross the constitutional hurdle of the 2/3 of the votes of members present and voting as required by both the Constitution and the Local Government Act, Act 936 of 2016. In short, the nomination failed, and pending renomination by the President with reasons, the candidate was no longer to be considered as one in contention for the position of District Chief Executive. There was, however, some news on the grapevine to the effect that the President had renominated the same candidate. In response, the presiding member working proactively was able to intercept the whereabouts and an official copy of the President's letter of nominee for the position of District Chief Executive. In addition to the letter, was a letter revoking the appointment of an appointee of the President and replacing same with another as directed by the President. However, Mr. Speaker, before the presiding member could convey and preside over a meeting of the Assembly members as mandated in both the Constitution and Local Government Act, a secret meeting consisting of 12 members of the Assembly
and not in consonance with the letter and spirit of both Article 2443A of the Constitution and Section 5 of Section 17 of the Local Government Act, was conveyed at the official residence of the District Chief Executive. At that secret meeting, and per report gathered, the Deputy Electoral Officer was said to have been present and to have conducted voting on the President nomination with 12 exclusively invited Assembly members present. Although the actual tally for that vote was not communicated, community members were informed that the President nominee had crossed the constitutional threshold and is now the substantive District Chief Executive of the area. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this is neither hypothetical nor fictional, but rather a truthful account of series of events that amounted to the approval of the now acclaimed Chief Executive for the Jabuso District. This series of events delineates a well-crafted scheme, popularly referred to in the local parlance elimination by rough tactics, to guarantee approval or executive mandate which may be unfavorable to the elected representative of the people or the generality of the citizens in the district. Mr. Speaker, at the core of our democratic practice is elections, an opportunity for opposing elements to register their displeasure with how and by whom they are being governed, and any attempt to silence, muzzle, or rid citizens and elected representatives of their right to oppose decisions made on their behalf have the potential to open the doors of anarchy and lead to an open disastrous revolt. This must by all means be prevented. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it is not a unique occurrence, but seems to have been flawlessly replicated in several districts across the country. The plethora of locations where such horrible examples include Swaman District, Babeni Anyanso Bekwai, and Sechira Kumawu. Mr. Speaker, although MPs are non-voting members of the District Assembly, they are ex officio members of the Assembly who must be present at meetings of the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, the Kumawu MP, however, had the unfortunate ordeal of being barricaded out of the Assembly Hall where meetings to conduct elections for the President nominee for the Kumawu District was ongoing. The preponderance of such precedents and developments, as outlined, are fast eroding public confidence in the democratic practice, and frantic efforts are needed to reinstate the fast-waning confidence in the outcome of our democratic process. If efforts are not made to redirect Ghana's democratic vessel back to the path of rectitude, we may end up like the unfortunate stories of military revolts or coup d'etats and social unrest across the continent with their attendant socioeconomic stagnation and retrogression. As legislators or members of parliament, we have through democratic process emerged as voices for countless thousands. For this reason, we must raise our voices against such acts that have the likelihood of getting us back to the dark ages. For this reason, I would like to call on Parliament as a house to constitute a probe into areas where these schemes are reported to have and to propose measures to rectify the situation. This is not a cause to be left at the doorstep of the executive or presidency. This is not an issue that should only be dealt with by the ruling MPP. This is not an MPP Ghana or Nana Akufo-Addo's Ghana. This is our country, and we must cure this cancer before it kills all of us. Mr. Speaker, may God protect and preserve our democracy. I'm most grateful for the opportunity.
Well, I will admit 2 contributors from each side. So, yes, let him come to you. Honorable member for Bia West, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The maker of the statement share borders with me in the Western North region, and we swim together or we drown together. But this is just an incident in Gaboso. It's a reflection of what is happening in our country. And we may think that this has happened. So the gentleman has been confirmed. He is now the DCE. But it's a total reflection on the political process in our country. When it is good, it reflects the culture and the polity in our country. But as it gets muddier, as it gets dirty, so to speak, for the lack of a better word, it means that this is not enough to limit it to Gaboso, but is a broader issue that affects the process of really our country, how we select our leaders. The framers of our constitution were very careful in making sure that a person is nominated and approved by the assembly. So where there are all these political gymnastics, some people are shut out, others are forced by the military or the police that they should not participate in voting for the nominee because they are perceived to represent a certain culture. It's a very serious indictment on the citizens because the same culture that appears in the assembly almost always translates into the main elections that occur in the country. So this is a serious matter that I think merits our attention and what should be done. The maker of this speech, of the statement, indicated that for this reason, I would like to call on Parliament as a House to constitute a probe into areas where these schemes are reported to have taken place and to propose measures to rectify the situation. Mr. Speaker, we have seen it in the press in several places, including places where sitting members of Parliament were prevented from going to the venue, or in some cases, even where they went, they were brutalized, they were threatened, and so many other things that had happened. So I support the maker of the speaker of the statement that indeed a probe should be conducted by Parliament so that we find a lasting solution to these anomalies in the process of approving district chief executives in our area. It is also gratifying to know that the presiding member of Gaboso is in court over this matter, because the presiding member is the one who is supposed to call the meeting. Interestingly, the presiding member himself was not served by the assembly to be part of that approval. Therefore, you wonder what is going on. And every MP here is a member of the assembly. I don't know how many people could indicate that indeed, on certain occasions, they were supposed to actually be at the assembly meeting. However, the MP himself, herself, was not even invited. So a presiding member in that assembly was also not invited. The issue is this merits attention from Parliament, and hopefully a probe can be instituted and lasting solutions found, as the maker of the statement had indicated. With these few words, I thank the maker of the statement, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you. I want to make some contribution to the statement that has been made. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think it's important we understand our local government system very well. Mr. President makes nominations. It's communicated to the assemblies. The secretary to the assembly, who happens to be the coordinating director, informs the presiding member
and by the law, the Constitution and the Act 936, the Electoral Commission supervises the election. At no point in this process is the executive president of the land involved in the confirmation process. Beyond nomination, the executive arm of government is not involved in the confirmation process. The name of the person who rightly is nominated by Mr. President is sent to the assembly. Was sent to the assembly, the coordinating director, and the presiding member of the assembly convenes a meeting, invites the Electoral Commission, and the confirmation process takes place. Right now, Mr. Speaker, I want to point the executive arm of government is involved in that. For it to merit, surprisingly, a statement that has been admitted on this floor, that this is not a cause to be left at the doorstep of the executive or presidency. What cause are we talking about? The cause of the confirmation process? Which law? Which law? And by what practice can anybody point out that at an assembly, the executive arm of government was involved? At what step? The assembly can only be convened by the presiding member, and the elections are supervised by the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, I quote, he says, it's not an issue that should only be dealt with by the ruling MPP, totally baseless, without any foundation and unnecessary. How is the New Patriotic Party involved in this process? How is NPP involved in this process? Do you invite political parties to come and supervise assembly meetings as a
Honourable Minister, please hold on a bit. Honourable Akando, you have brought a statement. You've given time to read the statement.
That's for character. You can't talk.
Somebody is commenting and you are talking. Please, let's go. So when you finish, somebody else will.
So, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, how is the ruling MPP involved in the process of confirmation of MNDCs? For it to appear in such a statement which have been admitted on this floor, this is not MPP Ghana or Akufo-Addo's Ghana. Totally baseless, unwarranted, and I'm surprised that this statement has been admitted on the floor of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Because in the law, we make the law.
Mr. Minister,
the act is approved here. The act is approved here.
Mr. Minister, I wish you didn't go there. I wish you didn't go there.
But I'm reading what I've been said in the statement.
This statement has been admitted.
Yeah, but it has been admitted on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Additionally, say that this is not MPP Ghana or Akufo-Addo's Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing called MPP Ghana, there's nothing called Akufo-Addo Ghana. And the political party, New Patriotic Party, nor the president, they are not involved in the confirmation process of the MMDC who are nominated. The laws that we made are clear. Act 96 passed by this House.
Honourable Minister, respectfully, hold on. Yes. No, not Akando. No. Let me first say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very refreshing to have the Minister for Local Government give us some insights into the processes. But in doing that, you don't impugn the sense of judgment of Mr. Speaker by saying that you are surprised that statement was admitted.
You should withdraw.
I think that this is so inappropriate.
This is the only house we have.
Unparliamentary, and that Honourable Damboche is a very respected member of this House. I know he will do the right thing by withdrawing that statement. Thank you very much.
Minister, personally, I didn't take in good taste that portion. Once Mr. Speaker has admitted it, I mean,
it's been admitted. And now for one's opinion on it can be made, is an observation.
My issue has to do
Because,
with...
I mean, a statement which is going to be published in the manuals of, of hazard of this house is saying that this matter should not be dealt with by the ruling MPP. It's admission of the fact that a political party is involved in the process of confirming an MMDC. But that's not the case. The Act 96 which we passed in this parliament, there's nowhere where a political party gets involved in this. Again, this is not MPP Ghana or Akufo-Addo's Ghana. It's allowed to stand in this house.
Mr. Minister,
and I'm saying that I'm surprised.
Mr. Minister,
yes.
I share your position perfectly, but
yes.
I wish you didn't go to that angle of you are surprised this statement was admitted. If you can take off that aspect, I would be more respectful.
I'm no longer surprised. I'm no longer surprised. I'm no longer surprised that consistent with what is happening, such a statement has been made in this house. I'm no longer surprised at all. I'm not surprised. But what is been made clear that is full of fallacy. The process of confirmation of MMDCA is aligned in the Constitution and in Act 936. At nowhere is a political party involved. At nowhere is the executive president involved. And it is clear that the presiding member calls for the meeting of the assembly. He invites the electoral commission and the process takes place. That is it. And therefore, for anybody to make a statement that a political party gets involved in it is not only malicious but also false.
Mr. Minister, hold on a bit. Yes, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the Honorable Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, this is a House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so long as we are sitting here, you are the one who presides. The standing orders gives you the power, the sole power, to admit statements in this House. Mr. Speaker, you have done that. Any member may make brief comments on the statements, but to raise questionable doubt on your competency in admitting statements in this House, Mr. Speaker, I beg to plead that that portion of the statement must be withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, you are the sole judge in admitting statements in this House. And Mr. Speaker, when points of orders are raised, you are the sole judge. The Honorable Bauer has raised point of order on that aspect of the statement from the Honorable Minister for Local Government. That is surprise. The Speaker, order surprise. Order Nenti. Mr. Speaker, the conduct of Mr. Speaker cannot...
What order? You wanted to...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, time will not permit me, but to be specific. Order 93-5. Mr. Speaker, the conduct of Mr. Speaker, members, the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court adjudicator shall not be raised except upon substantive motion. Mr. Speaker, your conduct in conducting the business of the House is being questioned. The members are even surprised that, Mr. Speaker, you have admitted such a question. Mr. Speaker, I have a role to play as a leader of this House to protect, to assist you in presiding over this House, Mr. Speaker. And if anybody or any minister want to question your conduct or your competency, Mr. Speaker, I will jealously protect against that. On that note, Mr. Speaker, you have to direct the Minister for Local Government to retract that portion about your competency. Mr. Speaker, we must give due respect to the office of the chair and the chair on which you are sitting. I came to this house together with him. We've been here for 4 terms, and we know more than that. Just as we respect him as a minister, he must also respect you as a speaker.
Respectfully, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
Kindly do away with that portion for me.
Well, I'm not going there. To satisfy the leader, I withdraw the word. I'm surprised that the statement was admitted, and I replace. I said I'm not surprised. So that statement has been withdrawn, and I'm saying that that statement has been withdrawn. What has been stated here is baseless. It is not factual. The ruling MPP does not play any role in the confirmation of MMDCs. So it is not true. You don't play the role. The statement which is made here, this is not MPP Ghana or Akufo-Addo's Ghana. That statement too has not been made by anybody. Ghana is Ghana. Nobody has said anywhere that Ghana belongs to MPP or it belongs to Akufo-Addo. But I'll end by saying, Mr. Speaker, that the Constitution and Act 96 is very clear. All that Mr. President does is to make a nomination. When they make the nomination, it goes to the assembly. The processes are clear. Presiding member calls for an assembly meeting. He invites electoral commission, and the process is done. Members can have problems of how they saw the process and comment on it. But to accuse a ruling party or Mr. President in that process is totally unfair, because we make the laws here, and we should be clear what the law says. So, a presiding member who conducts the affairs and the electoral commission who also plays their role as electoral commission, they go through the process, and as of now, Ghana, we have 261 districts. So far, 251 districts have been, MMDC have been confirmed, and I'm confident that in the next few weeks or 2 weeks, the rest of the 10 will be confirmed. Then we'll have the full complement of the MMDCs to strengthen our local governance system. And I will also urge members of parliament to be also try as much as possible to attend this, not only when they are going to confirm MMDCs. And that even though they are ex-official members, we should try as much as possible to attend and enrich the debate at the local government level. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much.
Let me.
Mr. Speaker,
leadership.
It's leadership.
Leadership. We said 2-2. So you've already had one here, you had one here. We are left with leadership. No. A leader can yield to another person.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, since we have 2 other statements to be taken, okay. Mr. Speaker, are we adjourning after this statement, or we are taking the remaining 2 statements?
Let's finish this, then we will move on. Let's finish this statement.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was asking because if we were to adjourn after this, then we give opportunity to one, then leadership. So that we
Leader, let's finish with this statement. I'll come to you for direction. Okay. Let's finish this statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on the statement that has just been ably made. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, I must commend the maker.
But leader, hold on. The time is 2 o'clock. I'm directing that we extend sitting beyond 2, so we can go on.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank the maker of the statement in bringing these matters of approval of MMDCs to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, the importance of the decentralization system in Ghana cannot be overemphasized. Mr. Speaker, we all know what Ghana used to be. And when in 1988, we went back for the district assembly concept, what Ghana is now. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has decentralized governance to the grassroots. And Mr. Speaker, it has given the district or the local levels people the opportunity to take part in the decision-making process. Mr. Speaker, the president, the executive president that we are run, reside in the nation's capital. Mr. Speaker, he is an individual with structures. He might not know who is good and who is bad in Formina. He might not be able to know who is good and who is bad in Paga. He might not be able to know who will be able to represent the good people of Swami very well. It is against this background that the framers of the 1992 Constitution, in giving the power of appointment to the central government, that is the president, they decided to give the power of approval to the local people through their local representatives, the district assembly members. Mr. Speaker, we've gone so far in getting here, but where we are now, the approval processes of the MMDCs has become a matter under discussion. Mr. Speaker, if we pretend that we don't know what is happening in this country, we might be deceiving ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I belong to the Bana District Assembly. In approving the DCE for Bana District Assembly, Mr. Speaker, in doing the consultations, I was consulted. In the approval process, I was invited by government through the government rep at the regional level, and that's the regional minister. Oh, Honorable, you are a member of the assembly. I hope you assist in making sure that we get successful elections. Mr. Speaker, the kind of cooperation that the regional minister gave, Mr. Speaker, I may belong to NDC or opposition, but as a ex-official member of the assembly, the regional minister did not say the MP has no vote, and therefore he doesn't matter. He approached me, and what I could also do, I did it. Mr. Speaker, in approving the nominee for the Bana District Assembly, the approval was 100%, because the chiefs were highly respected, the MP for opposition was respected, the assembly members who were to give the approval were also respected. And all those consultations and engagement were done by government through the regional minister. So, Mr. Speaker, if anybody says, oh, government, apart from the nomination, had no role, government extended the role to further consultation, dialogue, and engagement. And, Mr. Speaker, that is a good thing. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, our region, the Blue region, happened to be one of the regions out of the 16 with very successful and peaceful elections throughout. Of the 11 assemblies that the minister is talking of, you will not get even one in Bono. But, Mr. Speaker, there are serious matters that we must engage our attention or our effort in. One, Mr. Speaker, there is a saying in Akan, say, "Yemfandi wechia usi agroyede." As we sit here, Mr. Speaker, if it doesn't concern you, say, "Oh, it's good." But if it has something to do with you, then you know how it pays or how it feels like. Like somebody was asked to define poverty, and he said, "Poverty cannot be defined unless you feel it." Mr. Speaker, 2 or 3 or 4 of our colleagues, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Kumau, Honorable Baswa, was chased out of the assembly approval process. Mr. Speaker, should we gloss over this? If tomorrow, because he is in opposition, he is not in opposition, assuming that a member on this side was chased out of the approval process, Mr. Speaker, what do you think would have happened? As I speak to you, the dean or the rep of the Ashanti caucus, Honorable Anhire, was also chased out and manhandled in Dwabin. These are matters we should not just gloss over. If we have something to do in assisting the Minister for Local Government, he was not the Minister for Local Government yesterday. Somebody was. Today you are the Minister for Local Government. Tomorrow you may not. So if you have something to do to support you, we have to do. And therefore, if it's not going on well, and we want to say it, give honorable members the opportunity to say it. And Mr. Speaker, beyond this, apart from the approval, after the approval, I've been in leadership and this man said, we may need each other. Approval does not mean that's the end of it. The Honorable MP for Dwabusu, his effort will still be needed for as long as the development of Dwabusu is concerned. Honorable Baswa, his effort will still be needed so long as the development in Kumawu is concerned. Honorable Anhire, his effort will still be needed. We all have a role to play in the development process. So if matters like this, concerns like this are raised, and we gloss over them, Mr. Speaker, we may not be able to build upon the decentralization concept that was handed over to us by the earlier practitioners. So on this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to make a case. The Minister for Local Government is saying he's not aware of those issues raised. A case has been raised in Dwabuso. A case has been raised in Kumawu. A case has been raised in Dwabin. And so many. So, Speaker, we need to engage and iron out those issues. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, on a very good note, it will do this House a great service. He has been, the Minister for Local Government has been a General Secretary before. Therefore, he has a lot of institutional memory, which he will need other members, former local government and former assembly members and sitting MPs experience here to be added. We are building a nation. If this statement may be referred to the Committee of Local Government, so that together with the Minister for Local Government, we will engage. No. With all due respect, if there is the need for some reforms, the Speaker, the buck stop with us. If there is the need for some reforms, we'll be able to do the necessary consultations. The President has just said that he is still revisiting the matter of election of MMDCs. The Speaker, if there are matters on election through electoral college, how do we solve that? If because of this, there may be the need for us to initiate or expedite action on the election of the MMDC, on the universal adult suffrage. These are matters that we should not just sit down and say, oh, we are going this way. So with this, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead or make a case if this statement will be referred to the Committee on Local Government, so that, Mr. Speaker, on the friendly manner, we'll engage the Minister for Local Government. Oh, Minister, this thing went well. This side didn't go on well. Because as I'm speaking, I said in the Bunu region, the elections went very successfully. What magic did the minister there do? And what magic couldn't the minister in other regions do? So you have to learn from best practices. But if you come and sit down, say, oh, once the president mentioned your name, then we impose you on the people. That's a seed of corruption. If I know very well that, Mr. Speaker, that the people did not vote for me, but I was imposed because the elections and all those things. Mr. Speaker, I may not own allegiance to the people. My allegiance will be to who nominated me and how I came to power. The entry into power is as important as how you use what you use the power for. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I still want to plead, let's refer this statement to the Committee for Local Government and Rural Development. I'm not saying let's call anybody on privileges. No. We want to improve upon the status quo. Why is it that 250 have been approved? And out of that 250, there are some police cases. Even today, if you go to social media, oh, me Jimisika, me Farmer. All these are matters that are going on. And if our elections, our children are watching these things, where are we taking our electoral processes to? And the worrying aspect is when the Minister for Local Government said, Electoral Commission supervise the elections. If the independent Electoral Commission of this country is in charge of the approval process of MMDCEs, Mr. Speaker, and we are seeing such practices in our electoral process, what happens to the credibility and integrity of our electoral processes? We have matters that we have to solve. Don't let us gloss over it. These are serious issues. The earlier we engage to think about what is the way forward, the better. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
This is not few words. Anyway, my leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make few comments on the matter before us. Mr. Speaker, in principle, nothing stops a member of parliament from raising such issues. Indeed, it is a primary bona fide of an MP. But how it is presented becomes a problem in the manner as presented in this. Mr. Speaker, I have been an assemblyman before, and I've been a presiding member before, and I know. No, I was an elected assembly member and an elected presiding member. Mr. Speaker, I know that at the assembly is purely partisan. I know. We use party colors for the elections, but we know NPP, NDC, CPP, we know that we sponsor our party men and women to participate. I am saying so. If Honorable Kofi Adams, who has been a national organizer, can on 5 points of fellowship tell me that it is not true, I would want him to do so. Mr. Speaker, these are facts. Although we would not want to admit it because of the constitutionality of same, it is a reality. And if they want to say no, go ahead and say your no. I'll come back.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My honorable colleague say they know. Mr. Speaker, if you know, you should prove with evidence. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because if in my constituency an NDC member contested an assembly election, does not mean that the party NDC supported him. He's an NDC member and he'll be an assembly member. Same way, an MPP member also contests and win. That doesn't mean that the party supports that person. So if he has evidence to prove, he must do it. If not, they should just leave it that way, that yes, the people who go to that belong to political parties. Doesn't mean that political parties support them and then sponsor them to win those elections. So let's leave it as it is. There are party members who have won election to the assembly. Doesn't mean that they were sponsored by political parties. That's the point.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him for his comment, expressing his own views about what I have said. But just by way of reference, we last held assembly elections in 2019, and the General Secretary of the NDC party soon after came out publicly to say that the party won a certain percentage of the assembly election. To me, it is the statement of the General Secretary of the NDC. And I'm saying that this is a statement that he made publicly, and that if he had no basis, he wouldn't have said so. Because after all, if the elections are non-partisan, how would the General Secretary of an important party like the NDC boldly say for public records that the party members have gotten a certain percentage of the elections held in the country? Mr. Speaker, it is on the basis. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, we'll come back. There should come point of order. No problem.
A leader is speaking. You want?
Yes, please.
Anyway.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who? Mr. Speaker, they're not useful.
No, let him give it to Honorable Bamboy.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm the senior, so let me speak. Mr. Speaker, taking it from what you have just said, our leader is talking and we are up on point of order. That is the concern. This is our leader who has been here before us and we are learning from him. And for him to make sweeping statements and go free, that shouldn't be accepted. Mention the secretary of the NDC's name here, having made a certain comment. He has to provide evidence to buttress the allegation. The man is not here. And so we call on him as our learned and senior to do the needful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, but I believe the statement he's making is of judicial notice. Almost every Ghanaian heard it. You didn't hear. Anyway, leader, okay. Go on, and they are challenging you if you can.
Mr. Speaker, I have one publication at least. NDC won district assembly elections. I'm quoting. With the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, reported Modern Ghana. Date. Mr. Speaker, you know. Mr. Speaker, you know I would not make a statement when I'm not sure. The date is here.
Leader.
I am quoting. You said I should be fair. Mr. Speaker, the statement.
Leader. Probably the medium that he is coming up with, if you are challenging it. But this statement is a statement that has for me a lot of people. Me, I heard it. So probably the medium I thought he is bringing is an issue.
We don't know what the honorable member is reading. He's reading from his phone. We don't know what he's reading. He should produce evidence. Let's all see it. That's the point. Probably he's not reading anything, but he's quoting from his head.
Mr. Speaker, NDC held its Congress 2011 in Sudan. There, the General Secretary of the party told the party audience, told his audience that the party won 60% of the 2010 assembly elections. And then again in 2019 elections, soon after the elections, the General Secretary again repeated the performance of the party in the supposed non-partisan elections. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention here is to the effect that we know that although these elections are not to be partisan, we, the partisan players,
sponsor people to participate. It is a fact. On the basis of that, Mr. President told us a couple of years back that he wants us to now legislate on it, constitutionalize it, make it legal. We have been doing backdoor. Let us bring it to the mainstream and get it done properly. If that is being done, obviously, we will know that, look, it doesn't take the president to nominate for somebody. I will not attempt to dispute the allegations of Honorable Akando. I respect him so much. I wasn't there. But I want to place on record that some individuals who are either politicians or political actors have made it their business of using such nominations to frustrate government business at the local government level. I dare say so. And Mr. Speaker, all manner of schemes are employed. And when you employ a scheme as a politician and you are outwitted, do you have to cry? Must you cry? Must you cry for who should listen to you? You deliberately go and pay losing bonus. And when it doesn't succeed, when people are crying for MMDCs at the local government level, we need them there. And some people attempt doing this to frustrate. We know it. I have been a presiding member before. Sometimes it can come from within or without. No, because I want us to face the fact, colleagues. Let's not pretend. What he has said is very important, but let us now lift the veil and deal with the issue. I've been there before, and I know. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that there are problems down there, especially when it comes to the nomination. But
a leader, hold on, Edward. What is
this is about the fifth, point of order which comes up to nothing. Won't you patiently sit down and listen to me in silence so that I finish? We allowed Ahmed to flow. What is this? Ahmed is your deputy whip. We allowed him to flow, and that is what you are doing to Mr. Speaker. What is his number? Mr. Speaker, what is his number? Mr. Speaker, my number is acting one. What is his number? He should sit down. Mr. Speaker, what is his number? He should sit down. What is your number? You are the back middle bank. What is your number? Sit down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently as we speak, we have a case before the police service that has to do with an appointee who openly indicated he had given out monies, and on the basis of that, he expected that they should have voted for him. Now you have, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, you have the deputy leader of the House openly indicating that people go out to pay losing bonuses. This is a crime. And you are saying it at the National Assembly's floor without evidence. The deputy leader must show proof and do same by going to the police or withdraw the statement, because you are scandalizing almost everybody. You are saying that people are paying bribes for people to vote against MMDCs, and this is the deputy leader of the Republic of Ghana's parliament.
The other side. So what is that? The other side.
Reframe that.
Mr. Speaker, an act that has gained notoriety in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, he can get his headline, no problem. Get your headline, no problem. Mr. Speaker, the point here is that things that we know, when an opportunity offers itself, let's discuss them so that we will get the solution we want. Ahmed said clearly, our democracy is on its journey to maturity. But if we do not put in place the necessary support blocks. We can't get there. So let's face the facts. Mr. Speaker, again, my problem I have with the statement is the partisan nature of the statement. Mr. Speaker, if there's an issue, why necessarily must you be called an MPP? Please, Mr. Speaker, it is never correct. It is never correct. Mr. Speaker, it is never correct. What we have to do is to be fair in the way we raise the matter. And that is what will get people to rally around it. But if you are not being fair, you are being partisan, you are blaming somebody. Mr. Speaker, look at the statement. Serious allegations being made, a secret meeting, and this and that and that. Is there any such evidence to that effect? This statement is full of innuendos. Mr. Speaker, full of innuendos. This statement, Mr. Speaker, if you read, nothing factual. And I'm asking that if the honorable maker of the statement was so minded, why didn't he report the matter to the police? If he was so minded, he was so minded, why hasn't he taken up the appropriate steps to address this matter? Mr. Speaker, yet a statement is here and calling for bipartisan or a committee, a referral to a committee. No. First of all, you must establish the basis upon which a committee of this House must invest resources into looking into your concern. So far, Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has failed. You go accusing people, you say there's a meeting, then you got information, and a certain EC official. Why haven't you reported the EC official to his bosses? You have not done so. You have not said you've done so.
Leader, good.
Mr. Speaker, he made the statement. Mr. Speaker, a bad president should not be Mr. Speaker, I have no problem yielding. Mr. Speaker, I have no problem yielding. I have no problem yielding. And Honorable Akando, with respect, at least your shouting must cease. I have no problem yielding. But what you must know is that you are the maker of the statement. Well, your seniors are advising you.
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, they are advising him and he should oblige the seniors. Your front bench is advising you. You don't treat your senior like that. Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, your mind.
What I'm saying is that, is there any provision in the standing orders that stipulates that the maker of the statement cannot come under any point of order?
Mr. Speaker, by parity of reasoning, he as Mr. Speaker, he is the originator of the statement, and we.
What is your issue?
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I put it to the Deputy Majority Leader that he has not read the statement, including the Minister responsible for local government. Mr. Speaker, I have not, and I'm putting it on record, if you read this statement, I have not said that the MPP government is involved. All I'm saying is that this is not a matter of MPP, this is not a matter of Akufo-Addo. Is it a matter of Akufo-Addo? Is it a matter of MPP? You should show me anywhere in the statement where I have stated that I've accused anybody or the president or the party. You don't read the statement and you are saying whatever you like. You should show me, this is the statement. I can give you a copy. Where I have stated that this issue has to do with MPP or it has to do with the president. I just said it is not an issue of the MPP. It is not an issue of the president. And then you throw your hands without reading the
well, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the statement has 4 pages on number. the last sentence of the third page unnumbered. Quote, this is not a cause to be left at the doorstep of the executive. This is not an issue that should only be dealt with by the ruling MPP. Mr. Speaker, the point here is, Mr. Speaker, and I do not mark grammar in this house because I don't have it. But Mr. Speaker, if in the same vein you wanted to deal with a matter on its own strength, why didn't you mention NDC? And then you are saying ruling MPP. What has MPP got to do with this? What has this got to do with MPP? Why did you mention MPP? Then you say this is not MPP Ghana or Akufo. Mr. Speaker, the next line, you are saying that this is not MPP Ghana or Akufo-Addo's Ghana. What was the import of the statement? No, what was the import of the statement? You are referring to this is not an MPP Ghana or Akufo-Addo Ghana. And I'm saying that the introduction of this phrase was unnecessary. I do contend and I stay there. Mr. Speaker, this is Mr. Speaker, I will repeat for the record. Our colleagues have demonstrated time without number that they are intolerant. Ahmed spoke on his feet, made strong categorical statement. We listen to you, and when you get to attack, you be shouting. What is it? You better sit down, listen in silence, and learn from what we are also saying. Whenever you have the opportunity, you speak and speak loud. When somebody is speaking, you want to make noise and shout. What is that, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, we take strong.
I haven't given you the floor. I have not given you the floor.
Please,
I haven't given you the floor.
We are all honorable members of this house. If he stand up and said we are shouting and making noise, Mr. Speaker, what do you tell your colleague member of parliament that he's shouting and making noise? Mr. Speaker, so we should allow this to go. Please, Mr. Speaker, when we stand up to speak on point of order, please call us. We don't just stand up for anything. I wanted to know, is it a crime now to mention MPP in a statement? Now, why is it not? Why didn't he mention NDC in the statement? NDC is not in power. It's MPP that is ruling the Ghana. Now, so is it a crime to mention MPP in a statement? And then you stand up and say, we are making noise. Please, the honorable colleague should just withdraw that. We are equal here. You are a leader, I'm a leader. We are all members. We all contested an election and won. So please, withdraw that statement and I apologize to everybody. We are not shouting. We are making sense here.
Leader, Mr. Speaker, conclude, but just address this issue of making noise and let's conclude then.
Mr. Speaker, when I was on my feet, there was a loud shout from Honorable Akango. Mr. Speaker, you saw it. You saw it. Aim not disrupting me. How else should I address that particular matter? I've addressed it. Mr. Speaker, Honorable, it was not in a mic, but he did. Mr. Speaker, all the point we are making here is that the same matter, you can raise it to enable us both consensus. But when you decide to approach it in a manner of consensus,